All hail the ball, we tread with care. A sphere so vast, floating in air, with gravity's pull anchoring deep. Through heavens high, our course we keep. Oh, hail the ball, the curve is true. Horizons bending out of view. The stars, they spin a tale divine. North and south, their dance align. The rising sun, it paints the skies, sets westward where the golden lies. Its path not flat, its arc profound. A shining truth, the globe is round. South spins slow in opposite grace. Northern stars in turn they trace. A cosmic waltz, both strong and wide, proof of the ball on which we ride. In shadows cast, a curvature found. Eclipses whisper in silence profound. A tilted axis, seasons bestow. From melting Arctics to polar glow. Oh, hail the ball, the curve is true. Horizons bending out of view. The stars, they spin a tale divine. North and south, they dance along. All hail the ball, we tread with care. A sphere so vast, floating in air, with gravity's pull anchoring deep. Through heavens high, our course we keep. Oh, hail the ball, the curve is true. Horizons bending out of view. The stars, they spin a tale divine. North and south, their dance align. The rising sun, it paints the skies, sets westward where the golden lies. Its path not flat, its arc profound. Shining truth, the globe is round. South spins slow in opposite grace. Northern stars in turn they trace.
Spinning truth round the axis, that's a thank-you-all ride. Flerfs fumbling hard, trying to run and hide. We got that gravity pulling, you just drifting through. Science slaps empirical, stick to the glue. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While Flerfs count shadows, we night sky sweep. Eratosthenes flex with them shadow lines. Measured Earth's curve, no conspiracy signs. Dropping mics like Newton when his apple fell. Maths to beat, y'all theory stale like a cell. Foucault's pendulum swinging to expose. Rotation so true, no flerf can oppose. Telescopes beaming, Copernican frames. Centuries stacking, Flerfs out of their games. Round pound, sharper minds, we probe for the real. History stacked tall, experiments that seal. Curious minds, globe-trot evidence rolls deep. While Flerfs count shadows, we night sky sweep. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flerfs screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting Flerf dreams. Launching satellites, proof in the pics. Flirt screaming tricks, we dropping data bricks. Physics and logic on a level supreme. It's a curved reality, splitting flirt dreams.
Hey debunks with the flerfs. I'll show the derpy derp. Welcome in everybody. How's it going? You are Victoria. Nice to see you again. So yeah, we are here live streaming here. Everything's connected up there. Yeah. Hope this is all working all right. Let me just double check on the stream here and make sure everything's looking all right here. What is going on there? Okay. Right, yeah. So as the title goes, we're going to check out Ironworks here. He's having a little bit of a moan and a bitch about the final experiment. He kind of talked about that a bit. He talked about a few other things. He did a stream yesterday, Saturday, which I don't think is a regular thing for him to do. And it's the title of his thing. Funny enough, he's actually at 666 views. That's kind of funny. Just looking at the thing right now. It's 200 proofs and perhaps more that he did 17 hours ago. I think he's done some other stuff here. He does, but his live streams are mostly pretty stupid. He's got the post game report and a few other shit here. 4 days ago, he's got some Flat Earth Friday, Happy Luck Day, how familiar. Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna check out a few here. I'm gonna check out the one he did yesterday, which I think is kind of funny here. If we check it out real quick, you can see that right now, as we speak, this video right now, the irony is just fan freaking tastic. Have a look right there. I'll move it up. There we are. So there you are right there, 666 views. Hey there, Ironwork. I'm sure he loves that one. So yeah, now I've got a few timestamps I've noted down. I was listening to it most of the day today, just trying to listen to see if it's even worth covering. If not, then I'm just going to try something else, you know. That's kind of the way I roll, kind of fly by the seat of my pants. I don't have a lot of time to sit and research loads of stuff like some people like MC Toon has like terabytes upon terabytes of information and stuff like that. I'm not nearly that well off, nor am I that technical, so yeah, that's the way I roll here. So anything else comes up, let me know, and hopefully we can hopefully we can get this going here. And just looking to see here my stream, to make sure my live chat is coming up and working fine there. You know, teching here, trying to make sure it works. Turn that down. Right. Oh, you know what's going on here. Gonna have to move something here. Just oh, we're gonna just move here something here because I realized I got something blocked on my chat. There we are. There we are on the thing. I had hey CK, hey Jeff, how's it going? Jeff C, nice to see ya. Right. Is that showing up though on the live stream? That is the thing. It's not showing up. All right. Hey, Monkey Cat Pat, how's it going? Just bear with me for just 2 seconds here. I'm trying to get so the live stream comes up, but come on, you. I might have to reload here for a second. Right. Okay, that might be working out. Let's just see here. That's working for me. To close that one, I might have to. All right, it's working here. Oh, that seemed to work. Not showing up on here. Hold on here. I'll make sure it's coming up that my live chat coming up on the side. Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. That's working out. All right. All right. If it wasn't so freaking like scuffed, then it wouldn't be a live stream now, would it? It wouldn't be a Curious UK live stream if it wasn't things getting scuffed so much. All right. How's it going, CK? Hey, Lindsay. How's it going? Nice to see you all in. Yeah. Looking good. Looking good. Righto. Righto. That's looking a lot better there. All right. All right. So yeah. Quick thing here. I don't know if anybody's heard, obviously, the Mikey Smith thing where MC Toon convinced him to unblock everybody, right? So he decided that he's going through and unblock everybody. So I thought, oh, cool, right? Maybe I'm not blocking more because I've been shadow banned for ages on there, on this channel, another channel, and probably another one. And so I actually went in and put a comment on one of his last live stream. Not a bad comment, because I'm trying to be respectful. And I think that fucking C Lightning deleted my comment, and then he shadow banned me again. Because when Mikey was on his live stream just fucking 20 minutes ago, or so, half an hour ago, Mikey was doing his walking thing, and I commented as asking us how far you walked, how you doing, like that stuff like that. Looks hot, why you walking no shirt on, stuff like that. Stop traumatizing everybody, but whatever. I didn't say that, but I said I asked how far he's walked and stuff like that, and how he's doing. Nothing. No comment. So I switched over to another account, which is why I used my main one. And yeah, Lindsay, you're still blocked. Yeah, I'm blocked. Fucking C Lightning blocked me. After I made one comment, he freaking deleted my comment and blocked me. So I was like, Mikey, why is Curious UK blocked? Obviously, it was on my other account. So I pretend, and he goes, nobody's blocked. I went, you better check your list. I said, because your mods have been freaking on happy block time, and he says, it's Mikey. He says he's going to go in there after the shower because he's been out walking off for like 9 kilometers. So he's done like 4.5 miles, or so. He's which actually isn't that long. He used to do 4.5 miles for fun all the time, but whatever. Okay, he's 50 years old, so let's give him a break, I guess. And yeah, so he goes, he's going to take everybody off the block list. He's going to take all his mods off, which is probably the best for his channel because his mods are just too happy, go. Yeah. See, Lightning, yeah, I think he is a coward, yeah. I know, Monkey Cat, you're not blocked anymore, thanks to Icy Spin. Oh, is Icy Spin still blocked too? Oh, crap, really? Fuck. That's definitely that Sea Lightning. Exactly, yeah. I know. Sea Lightning says, I haven't blocked anyone. He's the one who blocked me in the first place because he didn't like anything I say because he's just trying to purify that thing. Oh, right, yeah, did he? Oh, shit. Is that why Ironworks is going off on one? Fucking hell. Ironworks, a coward. He's a coward himself. Fucking hell. So I was not surprised. Yeah, it is definitely Sea Lightning because I 100% because when I got blocked the first time. Sea Lightning was the fucking one in there. Mikey Smith was driving, and suddenly I realized that none of my stuff is going through. And when I switched accounts and looked, all my comments weren't there. They're all gone. And I was like, and Sea Lightning was in there as a mod. I went, it's a fucking Sea Lightning, that little freaking douchebag. So the freaking he's a little coward who just goes around hiding and the freaking gets the mod powers and all all the other flerf lives, and it goes in there and just blocks all the globers, trying to purify the echo chambers. I know Ironworks is always going off. Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to be covering tonight. A little bit about Ironworks. He did once on the 200 proofs plus, so he's still following Eric Dubay's 200 proofs that have been debunked fucking 628 times or fucking more. I mean, the 200 proofs have been ripped apart so many times. There's 200 jokes now, but whatever. We're gonna check that out a little bit. Now I do have a few timestamps here, so hopefully, see if I can just go. So go back here. I'm gonna cover a couple of things because fucking Vlad likes to freaking chat shit all the time, and he wastes like an assload of time doing stuff. So this, I'm gonna see if we can go back and try and cut down this 4-hour live stream a little bit. I'm not doing 4 hours, and I don't even know if I can complete this one here, but we'll try. We'll see. All right. I didn't have it queued up. I should have. Come on. Why isn't it transitioning? There it goes. All right. All right. Yeah, see, Lightning is keep Mikey from making money because I think people would actually donate to him, but he just goes in and purifies the echo chambers that much that nobody can be in there except for Sea Lightning and a few other people that Sea Lightning deems worthy to be in there to talk to Mikey. And I think part of it could be the fact is I think they're afraid that Mikey is easily influenced and that he'd be influenced to start listening to reason. So I don't think they want that. They want to keep him on that leash. Well, CK, apparently, from what Mikey said at the end of his last stream, he's going to go in there, he's going to take everybody off the block list, and then he's taking all mods off the mod list. Now, he says that. Is he going to do it? Fucking, we don't know. This is Mikey Smith. He says a lot of shit. As for how long that'll last, that's another thing, because he seems to rely on all his mods to ban people or take comments off. Because I've seen him actively in driving going, so-and-so, take that comment or block that person. He tells them to fucking do it too. So it's not all on just them. I know it is on Mikey does do that shit too. He does like to purify his echo chamber. Yeah, we'll see exactly. Okay, check out Vlad here. So this is the beginning here. We're going through all this other shit. What the fuck was my screen decided to go black? All right, let's go. Oh, sorry, I did have it queued up. Okay, pretty much here, Vlad fully fucking admits what he's doing with his chat, so. And there you go. He fucking said it. It's his chat is an echo chamber and keeping it purified. Straight from Vlad's mouth. I didn't say it, nobody else said it, Vlad said it himself. So there you go. He's fully admitted it. As I say, Mikey, we have Mikey modded on Toon's channel. We're trying to show him it's okay to have different views in the chat. Now Vlad has blocked Mikey, Cat, Pat, myself, and everyone. He's fucking got me blocked as well. He's got me blocked on this channel because I commented one thing. All I did is I asked if you could please show me some evidence of flat Earth, and he legit just looked down and went, we're gonna block you, and it's fucking instantly didn't even see anything. Oh shit, get here, Vlad. Thanks, Big Fish. Helps if I turn that shit on. Hey, there we are. Well, let's go back one more time here, just to...
Whatever.
Let's go. All right. I want to hear everybody hear Vlad's own words.
Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Saturday, no title. It is what it is. What you saw in the title actually is what we're doing today. Nothing crazy, nice and simple. Keeping it brief here in the echo chamber. That's Ironwork92000. Yes, it's an echo chamber, sure. What?
There you go. So there you go. Heard it. Now we can hear Vlad. Thank you. Yeah. Really, CK? No. I'm almost kind of sorry for like actually turning the sound on so you can hear him, but hey, found everyone. I don't know. Maybe I'll think of something for my chat. You know, at the Foundry. Fuck, that's weird, but whatever. Legit like a melting pot. Is that what he's trying to say? Whatever. All right, so I just a quick one. I just wanted to say is that pretty much Vlad has admitted that his chat is an echo chamber. So I'm going to go on to turn that right way. Now you have talking about a lot of other shit here, so I'm just going to skip past all that because we don't need. It's a lot of. Pretty sure he's talking about here. He got talking about the Epstein stuff, and the Epstein list, and how it he thinks there's a conspiracy thing going on there, with all suddenly that the list there is no list apparently, and all the shit. If you've seen the news, sorry, I'm just looking to get onto my next thing here, and so yeah, he goes on about talking about the list and the Epstein list, and he thinks it's some big conspiracy. He goes on about other stuff. Now, I do think it's a bit suspicious, the whole Epstein list. I'm going to admit myself, from my own personal point of view, there's something suspicious. Apparently, they had all this time, all these people, there's list, they had all these videos, blah, 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 all this evidence. Epstein's right-hand man, what's her name? She's doing 20 years in jail for freaking stuff like that. I know the rope's off, I know. Sorry. I know exactly. Pretty soon there'll be no island. So look, it's definitely that there. I'm going to agree with Vlad on that. Definitely suspicious. Something's fucking going on there. There's definitely some sort of cover up going on there. I don't know what, you know. There's a lot of shit. It's bullshit. I'm going to fucking say it, right. That whole freaking Epstein thing. And now suddenly this has all come out. I know Prince Andrew has been let off the hook and everything. Even he's already paid the money out. I bet she's got it about that one. And his mom, before she died, freaking like turned her back on him. So, woo, yeah, fuck, that went freaking shit show for him. And then fucking comes out and everybody's off the hook. Bet you, but Andrew's gonna be fucking shitting himself right now. He's gonna be fucking absolutely just like gutted. A million's gone, but whatever. Okay. I don't know what's gonna fucking go on with that. That's just bullshit. So we're gonna skip all that, past all that. A lot of political stuff. I try to stay off the political stuff so much on here because I think politics, you know, it's all people's personal feelings. You can bring in people's opinions and stuff like that, and apparently everything's kind of valid. And obviously, I'm not American, so I try to stay on the American stuff as much as possible. I know it affects the UK a bit, but we have our own problems here. Believe me, you know, we have our own problems. But I can't say too much, or else I'll have to friggin' I'll be suddenly getting a whole like, you know, buds. So I don't need that. Don't need that. So I'm just gonna stay out of that. I don't need to be having the police rapping my door down using the big red key they have. Right. So we're gonna go on to let's skip ahead here. So. Right, so 4155. All right.
I don't know if you guys can see it. Actually, I know you can't. So I'm going to show it to y'all.
Oh yeah, I do apologize. The audio in this, Vlad had a lot of issues. He's having issues with Starlink, because he's got a lot of trees around there, and he can't get a clear view of the sky to the satellites. So the irony, the flat earther who doesn't believe in satellites has the internet based on satellites, and he's having stuff like streaming issues and dropping like where it's lagging and stuff like that. Pretty much the same stuff that Craig McNeil had when he was on Starlink. Fucking funny, isn't it? Holy shit. But yeah, he's having the same sort of thing, and he even said it's down to the fact of having foliage, they can see it, and it's blocking the clear view to the sky, to the satellites that apparently don't exist. But yeah, Vlad uses for his internet. So
move this right here.
Well,
share that right there. Okay,
because it didn't
so
really.
They had
this right here is from, thank you, Dr. Bass Ackwards. This is Witsit being confronted about the final experiment, y'all. Let's
Yeah, the irony, isn't it? Flat Earther doesn't believe in satellites, uses satellites for his internet.
take a look-see. I know we just kind of broke things up a little bit, but it's Saturday. Shit, why not? Let's go ahead and let's see what this do. Thank you, Dr. Bass Ackwards.
It's like the same thing with Nathan Thompson, the ones who likes to harass children on the playground, was going around in an RV that somebody lent him, going around preaching flat earth around the country, and he was using Starlink for his fucking internet, but he denied it actually was using the satellites, even though he had to point the fucking thing straight up to get the satellites.
Okay, boom. And we'll let the music play.
to fake it. They faked
Oh,
it, bro.
you think the whole thing is fake?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I do. It's faker than the moon landing, in my opinion.
I do like the electric. So,
Damn.
Yeah, dude, well, facts don't care about your opinion, right? The opinion makes no difference to facts, logic, and scientific evidence.
I like everybody.
I
Yeah.
converted him.
You
I
were
converted him.
the respect was growing, but I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think it was
Oh,
fake.
damn it. Damn it. I messed up. Cue up. Fix the problem now.
Shout out to Dr. Bass Ackwards for that. Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna go a bit quicker on this because it's them. He's slow, so here we are.
Wait, is electric Jesse?
Let me
I'm gonna go past all this. I think Vlad has some technical issues. I think I wrote down two different ones. 45.
and
145 is better. Yeah.
here we go.
How do you make this argument? I don't remember who it was, but it's like the resolution of the ground near the horizon. I think that like if things were changing angular size due to perspective, it doesn't resemble like what we typically see. Like the horizon during the final experiment looked weird to me. It looked like the pixels weren't getting smaller, or however you want to call that. A little suspicious there. And then you had glitching mountains, right? You had the mountains that were moving around, and everybody that was a Glober agent in my book, they had their arguments loaded, cocked, ready to shoot. Like they just had an answer.
What the fuck are you on about glitching mountains? I watched loads of TFE things. I never seen the mountains glitch once. So I don't even get the freaking what's going on about. Unless you're talking about the Insta 360s, where sometimes there's a bit like it was on that stitch line or something like that. But fucking, I don't know about glitching mountains. There's no glitching mountains in anything. Unless you're talking like when they're on Starlink on like live streams, and sometimes the a drop of frame rate or some of there'd be a little bit of like digital artifacts and stuff like that due to the fact of like maybe the bandwidth dropping for a second or something. I don't know if that's what I'm on about, but fuck.
Like, oh, this is because of this. Like, dude, this is your first time seeing it, and you already have your telegraphed response from some weird script. Like, I don't know how you're coming to these conclusions so quickly. You know, it's like they all had a script to respond to everything that was wrong with TFE before they saw the footage. That put on my antennas big time.
Do you have like a picture of the horizon or whatever you're talking about?
Oh yeah, just watch any of the footage from the final experiment.
when I was seeming, like the giveaway too was when they got challenged. It was like, shut the fuck, like just yelling, and just like repeating, not able to talk about it.
That was Loki.
Yeah,
I have no idea what they're on about because fucking I've seen different interviews and stuff like that. They never start yelling unless somebody's just being really rude, and then eventually they have to get on them because if somebody's just fucking being a jackass. There's been times that people have gotten irate.
there was a bit of silencer protocol going on too. It seems like there was like factions of flat Earth that were not willing to discuss it amongst people that were truthers. There was a lot of slander going on.
Hey, Mr. Beaver, check this out. I read you. It says, but people can go. It's a tourist destination. You know that true. And, hold on, excuse me. You know that's true. And you could go see the 24-hour sun in December. Beating the same drum is silly and pointless. I read you.
You know what? 100% fucking true, right? If you don't believe it, you don't believe that it happened, then go. Nobody's stopping you. What's it freaking Jared freaking with MC Toon, fucking all of them, 12 of them all went, plus other people went on the trip. You can go crowdfund, freaking second mortgage your house, whatever you want to do. People can go. If you have enough money, you can go. There's absolutely nothing stopping you other than the freaking little dosh and making sure your passport's in order, because you have to freaking have a passport to board a plane to go to South America, to then board the plane and then go to Union Glacier, right? You don't need a passport to go from there to Union Glacier because it's still still Chilean territory. Chilean territory. Sorry, a bit hard to say. I mean, you get that out of my mouth, but yeah, it's you still, other than having that, have the money, pay for the package, get on the flight, and freaking go. Passport and everything in order. Have all your gear going. Off you fucking go. Nothing stopping you.
I hear where you're coming from, but you got to understand, Mr. Nice Beaver, is that people can't even afford to go to Atlanta. People can't even places here in the United States. That's a lot of us. And then the rest of us that can might not even be interested to go to Antarctica. You know?
But that doesn't make it fake. That doesn't make that mean that means they faked it. They had somebody who's quite well off, being Will Duffy, had the money and paid for everybody to go and made sure they all were able to go and do these experiments. And they went down for a week. So, so some people can't afford to go. Okay, and what? I can't afford to go to Japan right now. Doesn't mean Japan doesn't fucking exist. Just means I don't have the money to go. Doesn't fucking means nothing. Doesn't mean it's fake. Doesn't mean that it's old CGI or that they faked it. It's just the fact that I don't have the money to go. I can't go buy a Ferrari. Doesn't mean Ferraris aren't real. Just means I am not financially in a position that can afford freaking like $250,000 car.
You understand what I'm saying? So at least give people that much grace in knowing that ain't nobody going to go to this place because we don't have the funds. We don't have the money for it. Right? And those that do, again, they don't care.
No, some do, because there's people that right before TFE went, there was the freaking Antarctic freaking run, right? Where they did the whole marathon. And then people go to the north to do that. And then this year, in December, at the same time, people with the money who are like massive freaking like adrenaline junkies who like to do marathons like that, extreme running, are going again. People that have money, or they save up, they work hard, they take all the money, this is their passion, they put it all into this to go do these marathons. They do the southern marathon in December, and they've probably just finished doing the northern marathon just now. Just recently. I haven't looked into it, but I think it's pretty very expensive to do that one, because they have to make sure, because there's no land, it's all the sea, and they had to go on the ice to make sure the ice is there and viable for them to go do that. It's a very expensive operation. It doesn't mean it doesn't happen, just means it costs lots of money.
They don't care. And so we had an opportunity to make it right. You know what I'm saying? We had an opportunity to do the studies and everything else. And my thing is, it would be different. I feel, say they did see a 24-hour sun, if everything was approached differently. If these guys...
How differently? Because what is it that Vlad has? They are all full of paranoia. And Vlad is really bad for paranoia. Like, I mean, it's concerning. CK. I think the fact is that looking at how Vlad is, and listening to a little bit of this stream, it's going to affect his health, because he seems to be paranoid about everything, and that's not healthy. That's not a very healthy way to live.
Had like 1 million different cameras. If there were so many redundancy measures in place that no matter how you argue, all they have is evidence showing that they went, and a bunch of...
They do. They have GPS data. They have people who filmed going on the way there. They have people who film getting on a plane in Chile and flying down to Antarctica. They have, I think, who was it? Did MC Toon do one? And then Dave McKeegan flew on. He was on the other side of the plane because the plane was quite empty. They flew to each side and they filmed out the windows. So there's time lapses and then flying down there. So there's that. Plus, I think I'm sure MC Toon actually showed his showed like the GPS and stuff like that to show them going over down to Antarctica. I think didn't he show something else? Shows a few things. And so Dave McKeegan. Like, these are all like posted up on YouTube.
tickets saying that they went, which they can't even provide us the easiest thing. The easy
There's fucking GPS data. They each had a GPS unit on them that showed where they went. You don't need to have a ticket, which they're all just going to claim is fucking fake anyways. I meant to bring this up before. Like, this is the stupid thing. The flat earthers are so fucking lazy, they can't even bother to freaking, like, research it. Tracking map by 60s, what is it, 060? Wasn't this the GPS data that they had? Like, they legit had GPS data. I think I know why they're still showing to be in Chile. But it showed them all flying there all together. Because that's the contention that Vlad has. There's the GPS data right fucking there. There you are, flerfs. You don't believe them. Well, there's the fucking data. Who cares? Like, you don't need a ticket. A ticket, like I said, they're going to claim it's fake anyways. Now, explain how the GPS data that they were tracked. It was the most tracked flight in the world on that fucking day.
easiest thing, obviously, being that piece of paper, the ticket. It's the easiest thing that they could present, and they couldn't even do that. And so I understand that that's like, what's that, circumstantial evidence, right? All this circumstantial evidence you can't present. It makes it all look fishy. And so if you can't do one thing, you probably didn't do the other things that you claimed you did. Therefore, in turn, it didn't happen.
The thing is that Vlad, if somebody went, oh yeah, hold on here, Vlad, hold on, you know, here's my ticket. He'd be like, that's fake. He'd be like, no, that's a real ticket. He'd be like, no, you faked that. You printed that out. That's not a real ticket. They instantly just fucking, why even show a ticket? Because instantly flerfs are going to claim they're a fake ticket. That they printed them out. That they got it done. They just went down to the print shop and printed them all off. So fucking, there's no point. They didn't even see the point in doing that because flat earthers, a piece of paper, they're going to go, that's nothing. That's just a piece of paper. That means nothing to me. Yeah, exactly. This big fish. The easiest thing to fake is a ticket. Instantly, flerfs are going to go, that's fake. There's no even point in even bringing it up because they're just going to instantly say that you printed it off your computer. Or you had it forged, right? Yeah, fucking. It's stupid. The only reason Vlad's saying this, and he says this through this whole thing, you should have a ticket, is because they didn't show a ticket. So he's found something they didn't show, and he's going to harp on that because they haven't showed it. And he admits in this that if they showed it now, if MC Toon went, oh, hold on, wait a minute, opens his drawer and goes, here's the ticket, here's my tickets, or here's my ticket and everything else, you go, that was fake, that was 6 months ago. That's fake now. That's you faked that because I said something. So what's the fucking point now? I know even then, what's the point? I know Vlad doesn't even believe his shirts. At least it's hot here, so fucking, you know, there's no excuse there. It's hot here. I have like one that has like little holes in it here, and this is what I wear. I know I don't need to. Hey, Icy Spin, how's it going, buddy? But yeah, so I know Vlad's harping on this whole fucking ticket thing because they haven't showed it. But if they showed it, he just says fake. If MC Toon came back like the next day, landing, and went, oh, and he wants to see tickets, he goes, yeah, here's a ticket. He'd be like, that's fake. He's fucking. So what's the even point? There's no point.
So yeah, like I think it definitely needs to still be investigated because these are top, or people would claim that they are top flat earthers, right? They were considered some of the best of us, and being in that position, you shouldn't take such a title lightly. You understand what I'm saying?
It didn't. Well, okay. Jaron didn't take it lightly. Witsit was, said at the time, was the world's most expensive luggage.
Well, perhaps Dr. Bass Ackwards. I wouldn't know. I think it's a little bit interesting, but at the same time, there needs to be people that call these guys out at every turn. Every time they get caught out in some bullshit, it needs to be exposed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So the thing is, not a single flat earther has actually proved or been able to show anything and expose anything as being fake from the final experiment. They've all had a go. They've all tried and pretended. I don't know. Lindsay, I would say, if anybody, and I did think this even before that, anybody looking into a little bit would at least have the gumption or at least have the fortitude to admit they're wrong and maybe look at stuff, it was probably Jaron. If they went, I had doubts they're gonna go, but when they did go, I could see the way that Jaron was being. I went, you know what? I think he's gonna accept the evidence for what it is. And you can even see that before when he did the whole beyond the curve thing, where he did his whole freaking light through thing. Now he tried to explain that, but I think that was that planted the seed. That planted the seed for him to kind of start looking a bit more into it and realizing that, hold on, that experiment didn't work out that they thought it would work out. And it seemed to work more towards the globe and falsify the flat Earth. And then even when MC Toon pointed out, because where he thought the numbers were too far one way, we took into the atmospheric refraction and took in the other, and then how the experiment was set up, that the results they got were worked out perfectly with how with the globe prediction, that he had done the math incorrectly. We changed it to how he set it up and accounted for the fact of how you're looking and how the light's going. Then it actually worked out, and it worked out perfectly with the globe, and it still falsified the flat Earth. So I do think that kind of helped plant the seed, plus other things. So then Jaron came back and looked into it more. He wanted to sit down and try to explain it all, and when he realized nobody could, then he had no choice, right? And be full, he already seen the flat Earth. All the flerfs just jumping on him anyways, so I think that pushed him away. The whole flat Earth community themselves pissed him off. And then but then seeing how Witsit has been treated too, like, fuck that, it's not worth it, right? They're obviously not in it for the truth. Yeah, so let's continue on.
But for me, I'm just more upset in the fact that they didn't do as much work as they could have. I don't think they didn't try hard enough. I don't think they were there for business. I think they went, I think they went there to fuck around. So, and let's go back to that thing that somebody said, not Kate, what's his name? He was on here causing beef, saying that I hate white people and this and that. I don't hate white people. I don't even hate. I dislike liars. And I hate one person that I just told him that to his face that I didn't like him or that I hated him.
But then Vlad needs to look in the mirror and say he hates that person, because he's a liar himself. He's constantly lying, and when he's exposed for being a liar, he just denies it and lies again.
I dislike liars, right? And if you're a liar and you happen to be white, I don't like you. If you're a liar and you black, I don't like you either. If you're a liar and you Chinese, I don't like you. It just happens that you happen to be those things, and lies come out your mouth. That's who it is, YouTube Kyle. So
yeah, I'm getting that impression, CK, that he's always bringing up the race card, which is just now these days it's just there's no point, right? Everybody wants you to have equality, then fine, and everybody gets equality, but we all everybody faces stuff. I'm Canadian. Well, I'm former Canadian. Well, I'm Canadian. I live in the UK, and I've been discriminated against, and I'm an invisible minority. I look obviously like any other Brit, until I speak, and then you realize, oh, he's not from England. And I have actually faced discrimination. I just go, yeah. How's it going there, Calder? So it happens. It happens to everybody, right? You can be like too tall, too short, from this and that stuff. It's this kind of part of human nature. So, yeah.
So he's starting shit trying to say I don't like white people. No, the thing is, and I sound like I'm jumping back and forth, and I'll jump back and forth. My thing is this, man, is that black people have been done dirty, right? And it just so happens that we are where we are here in this world. We are where we are here in the United States, and that is what it is. I'm not going to cut it any other way. I'm not going to sit there and try and pander to one side or the other. I'm just giving you facts, right? And like I said, it's coming from my perspective. If you jive with it, cool. If you don't jive with it, that's cool too. And if you don't like my message, you ain't got to be here, right?
I asked Vlad how have African Americans or people of color been done dirty in the UK, in the United States? As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's equal rights, right? They all have equal rights and stuff. And in fact, I believe there's somebody who actually had said that they had kids who were half black, half white, and they said when they applied for college, that they made sure to mark down that they were African American, and not say that they're Caucasian or like that. They make sure that just say that, because they had a better chance in getting into university or college than they did if they were just seen as a middle class white person or even half. So they said just put down that, and then it bumped them up. Apparently, just a story I heard. Take it for what it is. But I don't know, and I have asked this before. What systemic discrimination is being faced by one side or the other? And as far as I've seen, it's not exactly as much of the case. Now, locally, and maybe like in a very like isolated cases, it may happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I think systemically, there's a lot more equality, and it has been even worked through since for the last friggin' 60 years.
Right. But my thing is, it's coming from the heart. It's not me just trying to make shit up. Nobody in here gets paid. Nobody in here is given any kind of stipend or any kind of reward for doing what it is we do. We just do it because it's the right thing to do. And to me, that is the right thing to do, is just tell the truth based off of what it is I know and what it is I've seen and what it is I understand, right? And at the end of the day, it's all to educate. It's not to hate on anybody. It's to educate. Because what kind of service, listen, here's my thing. Nobody gives a message the way I give a message, right?
All right, let's skip all this shit, because he yammers on about how
we don't want to hear you. Because at the end of the day, the honesty is what's going to keep us alive. The honesty is what's going to keep us aware. Do you know how many people now are starting to learn the history of, or what we recognize is not the correct history of this world, and it makes us feel a certain way? A lot of our history is based on lies. Do you know how that feels? Do you know how that makes us feel? So if you...
That's not exactly the case. I mean, yeah, Vlad doesn't tell the truth. It's what it is. Like, a lot of people are coming up with these crazy theories and think that the history is wrong. Like the whole Tartaria stuff, which is a little bullshit. They put on like, oh, the Tartarians were an advanced race that lived in this area. Fucking bullshit. The Tartarians was Eurasian Asia, and it was a name given by freaking Western Europeans because they didn't know a lot about them. They were just discovering that side and those cultures, and they gave the name Tartaria as just general area until eventually we learned more about them and realized, oh no, it's not just one nation. It's all different peoples and they have different cultures and stuff like that. So the name Tartaria was only gave by Western Europeans when they first discovered Asia and Eurasia and all that side. So that's where fucking, there's no freaking hidden history. There's none of this whole like, shit like that. Yeah. Hi, Stencils. There's none of that crap, like all these like advanced stuff like that. I think I've seen the whole thing about the Chicago World Fair and asking what's how is that? That was legit. You can look into it. How it was just a lot of faces put on to give it to give the area a certain look, and it was just done with white plaster. And I think they actually came up with a system being able to paint it white faster instead of just by hand. And but it was just plaster and plywood. But it looked really pretty. It wasn't some fantastic thing. It was just made to look really, really good. And they had a certain amount of time, and they found the quickest, fastest way to put it up. Stencils, pencils sent me.
You have an opportunity to divulge the truth to people. it's highly recommended that you do. Is if you have an opportunity to give people something that you've come across because the alternative has been a lie the whole time.
Yeah, right, Lindsay. All flerf history is based on lies. That is true. Yeah.
Then I highly recommend that you do.
That.
It's a fair warning. It's a way that even though it hurts, it makes us better at the end, and it keeps us again aware. And Lord knows you don't know whose life you're saving when you give them the truth. The truth is our number one asset. I know it sounds corny and it's super repetitive. I get it, but we need to hear that all the time. And yes, there are going to be times where we call the around the globe when you say things like that. Listen, again, I just got into the flat Earth a few years ago.
I thought he said he has been in the flat Earth for a long time. He was a flat Earther all through his military career. He was in the military for like quite a number of years. Like I think over 10 years, wasn't he? 10, 15 years. And he says he's a flat Earther through most of that. He had somebody introduced him to it. One of his people that was under him. Because I think he was a I can't remember what he said he was. Not gunnery sergeant, but he was like the equality of that, but in the Navy. I remember Unfornicated kind of broke it down on what he was and stuff like that, and he had people under him. Funny enough, just looking here, it looks like he has a very similar telescope than I do. Well, at least size-wise, but he's got like just the really shitty, the very basic mount. I don't know if that's quite the size. It looks about almost the size of mine, like like a 5-inch Newtonian. Curious, but I said he's got like just the basic azimuthal mount instead of the equatorial mount. I think his rank was moron. Well, yeah. Probably.
You gotta.
Probably his rank behind his back was moron.
You may want to change, and I still am changing as a flat earther. I'm still developing, and I'm still learning. And maybe I'm not the only one. Many of you are. We still have remnants of the globe still attached to us. We have a guy, Harmon, that comes in here from time to time, and he kind of gets us. He sets us straight, right, by saying, "Well, how do you know that these things are what's in the air, causing these things to make these things happen?" And then I'm like, "Well, because we learned." And then you have to be honest, right? And I like when he says these things because it's an honest question. And you have to, based off of an honest question, you have to be ready to give an honest answer. Okay? This is the stuff that we were taught, and so we're going along with it. What sucks about that is that we have nothing to replace it with, except for I don't know. And then...
Well, okay, so I'll go back and see what you said there. I went off in my head a little bit.
That is that we have... Okay, you have to, based off of an honest question, you have to be ready to give an honest answer. Okay, this is the stuff that we were taught, and so we're going along with it. What sucks about that is that we have nothing to replace it with, except for I don't know. And then,
well, okay, here's the thing: if you've been taught something like, I don't know, this, if you're taught like this is the shape of the Earth, and the oceans are blue, and you say, okay. You can't, and you say that's not it. Okay, well, if it's not this, what is it? And they go, I don't know. Well, guess what? It's not that means fuck all, means nothing. Because if you say it's not this, and then you ask, okay, well, then what is it? Or how does this work? They go, I don't know. And they're going, oh, okay, well, the globe does know and can prove it. And here's the facts of the evidence. It shows that how this works and it conforms with everything else. Then that's what it is. If you say, no, it's not that, and you can't say what it is and show facts and evidence, then you don't have anything. You have fuck all. Your opinion means nothing. Oh, yeah, okay, Lindsay, yeah, okay. It's okay to say I don't know because it's an honest answer. But you can't say it's not this and then go, what is it? And then go, I don't know. Okay, yes, it's an honest answer, but your whole thing on where Vlad says, okay, the world isn't a sphere, and you go, okay, well, what is it then? It goes flat. Okay, then how does the sun stay above the Earth? It goes on flat Earth. It goes, I don't know. Okay, then why do you think it's flat? Well, because it doesn't mean anything. Right? It looks that way to me, Okay, well, it's not. Here's the show. Measure it then. Can you measure it? No, I can't. How is it measured flat? I don't know. Okay, then it isn't fucking flat. Oh, okay. Well, here's the measurement showing it's a globe. Here's the spherical measurements. It all works. And they go, well, I don't believe that. I don't give a shit if you don't fucking believe it. You don't have anything to replace it. So your I don't know means nothing. You don't have anything. You have a I don't know. So him saying stuff is the Earth isn't a globe or space isn't real, and you go, okay, well, what's above us? Then I don't know. Then okay, well, then you don't know. Come back when you know.
Some people's minds, I don't know isn't good enough, so they'll replace it with a lie alternative. But to me, that's not good enough. If I don't know, I don't know. I truly don't know. Sure, I learned the alternative. I learned what I learned in school. That's the answer that we were given. That's the easy way out. But do I have an actual answer for what's in the sky, making things do what they do? I don't. I don't have.
Yeah, exactly. Big fish. Yeah, this is where Flat Earth is going. Is going, and they have answers. They used to have answers. They've been disproven. All they have now is I don't know. Exactly. So they have fucking nothing, right? Hey, how's it going then, Fornicated? How's it going, buddy? Nice to see you in. I watched your live stream last night. That was fantastic. That was a really informative live stream about that communication ship and all that. That was, I sat there and enjoyed that. So well done. I think that was some really good research on that, and that was definitely some dodgy stuff by Israel back then. That was definitely so, and then pretty much just all the politicians trying to cover it up and sweep it under the carpet. Fucking dodgy shit, that mate. Yeah, oh, the zoo crew, yeah, the zoo crew's in the house.
Have a true alternative answer. Do I have speculative answers? I've got a million speculative answers, a million of them, right? But I don't have an actual answer. I'm not going to sit back here and say that to you, right? This is where the channels come in. This is where our brains function and our differences. This is where these things are important, right? Recognizing our differences, recognizing what we're good at, what we're not so good at, and combining them and seeing if anything works, if anything sticks. You understand? We can't all be the same. Don't think we're ever going to be the same, because no, we'll wind up like they say in the echo chamber and everything else like that, right?
What the echo chamber that you admitted at the beginning of this is what your live stream, your live stream and your chat is, Vlad. Vlad fully fucking admitted that his foundry is an echo chamber. He said it, his words, not mine. And Daniel, that's that we uploaded today is a standalone video for sure, mate. For sure, that was some really good stuff like that. I love watching your streams and stuff and how you present it. It's, you can go far, buddy. Well, yeah, Ironworks has a million speculative answers to everything, and he'll just blurt shit out, but it doesn't fucking mean it's true. And then he has a lot of I don't know when he can't think of anything that's going to sound plausible that he can sound that he thinks might sound good. But and that's why he kicked me off his live stream, because I asked, "Do you have any evidence?" And then he just instantly didn't even say. He just boom, ban. All I asked is for evidence. If I had somebody come in here and say, "Show me evidence," and I had that unfornicated nose. He had the same fucking little knobhead end up in his asking and spouting something about a freaking drone with a laser going way over top of a freaking water and talked shit. And he said, "Oh, show me curvature," and I showed him curvature. And then he didn't accept that. And I don't care if he didn't accept it. Here's curvature. Here's evidence. So he came in asking for evidence. I went, oh, yeah, no problem. And it was the end of my stream. It had been freaking 3 hours in. I was fucking tired. But I was like, yeah, no problem. Boom. Here's evidence. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. Bam, 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 bam. He didn't like it. Don't care if you don't like it. I showed you evidence. I asked the same thing with freaking Vlad and Ironworks, and I get banned. So there's a freaking difference between flerfs and freaking people of that debunk flerfs, is that ask for evidence, people like me, and I'll give it to you, or I'll show you somebody who has it, who's gone and done the work. Flat earthers just go nah and bang you and kick you, like what Mikey Smith keeps doing to me, or his mods.
And we'll wind up fucking ourselves, because if we try to fight to be the same, you know what that means? We're going to take things that seem uncertain and we're going to just apply them to what to what we think the truth is, and then we could very well be wrong. We could be. Case in point, check this out, right? And I'm going to call myself out. I thought the sun goes in a circle from Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, and it didn't do anything else. I didn't know about the sun coming in from the southeast, exiting in the southwest in Australia, meaning that it does something different in the southern hemisphere. I didn't know about that because I went with everything based off of the new information that I was given. So I went with the new information as opposed to the old information. The sun.
Exactly. And the fact is that the sun, let's say setting, goes from above your head and goes from right to left in the southern hemisphere, falsifies a flat earth. Because all flerfs think that the whole sun, including like fucking our friend Mikey Smith and loads of other people, say that the sun always goes from left to right, and pretty much is just going around. But it should do that in the south. It should do that in a much bigger arc, because it's got to go a lot further around. It's got a bigger arc. It's got to go, and it should actually go over a lot faster as well. But we're not getting into that, because it's got to cover twice the distance in the same amount of time. So it should at least double in speed. The fact that the sun, and I said Vlad didn't even look into this. So you even look into the fact there's like the sun setting in like North America compared to South America, right? So you legit look at the same freaking lines of latitude. It's latitude, always get the fucking mixed up. See lines of latitude and up and down, north to south, and notice that the fact the sun in, let's see where he is, or let's see maybe that, let's just say northern Canada, goes from left to right and sets down in like Mexico or right on Brazil, like right on the equator, goes straight up and down, and then you go south to like southern Chile, it goes from right to left. Fucking holy, how does that work on flat earth? Oh, it doesn't. Man, this is evidence to show that maybe the flat earth is wrong. That's weird.
Sun doing what it does, the earth tilting on its axis 23 point some odd degrees, right, max. That's it. And so as I learned a little bit more, and it wasn't just based off of the sun calc information, it was also from people that live in these places like Australia and Sumatra and stuff like that, and they could tell me, hey, the sun functions a little bit different in the southern hemisphere during our summer, right? And so I had to concede at the moment for that, even though I hadn't seen it myself. Based off of new information, I had to be ready to flex. And I was more than happy to admit, hey, I thought it was this way. There's a possibility that I'm wrong. And there's nothing wrong with being ready to be wrong and saying that you were wrong. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing but everything right with that. Because I was running off of ignorance. And I'm okay with saying that I was ignorant and I didn't know. I'm fine with that.
Lead to the comment there.
Ignorance. And
I just say, half taters is I don't know is the beginning of wisdom. Oh.
And I'm okay with saying that I was ignorant and I didn't know. I'm fine with that, right? I have to learn some way. But my thing is, I don't want to go with what the lie is giving me just because everybody else is saying it, or just because it sounds good, or just because it works, right? Just because those things work, that's not an excuse. And just because people, or the majority of people, agree with it, that's also not an excuse. So it's hard.
The only thing is, what he's just described falsifies his flat earth ideology. On the flat earth, the sun cannot go from right to left and set over and come down that way. You can't do that. That's just doing that falsifies the flat earth ideology of how the sun circles above the flat earth. That can't work. So that new information should say, I was wrong on how the sun works. So, and then that doesn't work on a flat earth, which I think that earth is flat. But if this new information shows that how it doesn't work on the flat earth, then maybe I'm wrong about the earth being flat. New information draws into question a lot of other things. Maybe he needs to do more research and realize that I'm wrong on a lot of things. This is what Vlad should have said, but he didn't. He's gone, oh, I don't know how the sun works, but the earth's still flat even though it doesn't work on a flat earth.
Apart from those things, but you still need to, when you find or when you see new information, and it could be groundbreaking and it could change or alter what the facts are. You understand? All that saying, you're going to get the I don't knows from me, because that's what the truth is. If I don't know, you're going to get the truth from me as best as I can give it to you, because all I know is what I've come across, right? What I experienced myself, what I see for myself, what I can deduce based off of what's not there, and then I can mix the I don't know with something else. And not saying that that's a truth, but that's definitely something worth investigating. But as far as the condition of this world, I've never seen a curve. Nobody's seen a curve. That's
That's a lie, though. That's a blatant lie, because he's been shown the curve many times, and he just goes nah to it. So he's not willing to say I don't know. Because it's like, if you look up something like, oh yeah. Did I move that thing over? I did. Okay, hold on. Yeah, the power of nah. Yeah, exactly. He brings stuff like this up with flat earthers, which is the Himawari 9, which is a satellite that's in geostationary orbit. So I can bring this up. You're not gonna play for me. All right, so it's not gonna play, but. I don't know if this is a good one or not. Because you can easily see in this that the curvature of the Earth. I think this actually is a flat earthers video. Just cut something off here. This look right. Yeah. That's definitely not it. the same one. I'm trying to see if I can bring it up. Well, that's a different fish I've ever seen one, but yeah. I find the video right now, but we all know about the Kip Bogart video, which he had a rectilinear lens and shows the curvature of the Earth that flat earthers like to try to
That's the crazy thing.
deny.
And the curves that we do see, we have an answer for it. And the flatness that we do see, we have an answer for that. And for the mirages that come up, we have an answer for it. And for the boats that go down over the horizon, we have an answer for it. We have an answer for these things. And for the airplanes that fly level,
Yeah, it's true. Is it my mom bakes cakes? Yeah, ask your flirt what the second law of thermodynamics is, and they go, I don't know, but they claim that rockets don't work.
we have an answer for it. And for the helicopters that stay in one place and don't go nowhere, we have an answer for it. For the hot air balloons, because you know those things have been around for over 400 years, don't go nowhere. And for the airplanes that we have an answer for it. The mirages answer for it. Nobody's
Hold on.
as far as the condition of this world thing worth investigating. But as far as the condition of this world, I've never seen a curve. Nobody's seen a curve. That's the
Bullshit, because I got videos showing the curvature. So
that's the crazy thing. And the curves that we do see, we have an answer for it. And the
no, they don't. They don't have an answer. They have cope, and they make things up. But then you ask how okay, show me how. Explain to me the mechanisms of like visual, like of optics, of how that works. How is it that the bottom of the ships or the oil platforms or the wind turbines are obstructed bottom up first? And they can't explain it. So they don't have an answer for it. They have not, and then they'll say perspective. Yeah, exactly. They don't have an answer. In fact, I asked Vlad for the answers, and he just blocked me and ran away.
flatness that we do see, we have an answer for that.
No, they don't.
And for the mirages that come up, we have an answer for it. And for the
No, they don't, because a lot of times it's either refraction, or it can be down to it could be like maybe down to like a like temperature inversion, but they don't have an answer for that. They can't explain it.
boats that go down over the horizon, we have an answer for it.
No, they don't. They have cope. They can't. They can't, because it's the only time they ever show on Flat Earth is showing any boat that's disappearing is like a little tiny personal watercraft that's way out, that is just simply too small for the camera to resolve at a certain focal length until you've zoom it in. They don't show a ship. They can't explain why a ship disappears over the horizon. They can't bottom up. They can't explain that. They try to, but then they usually say perspective. You go, that's not how perspective works. Like, you can't just throw a random word out and say that's the answer. Okay, they have an answer. It's the wrong answer.
We have an answer for these things. And for the airplanes that fly level, we have an answer for it. And for the
No, they don't. Because they don't know how airplanes work. I've asked flat earthers, because they claim this, they go explain the INS system, and they just run away from it. They can't fucking explain it.
helicopters that stay in one place and don't go nowhere, we have an answer for it.
Oh, so there's a globe, and the heliocentric globe model is the fact is that the atmosphere and everything's moving together, and an airplane. You ever seen a fucking airplane fly? A helicopter flying? We can explain how a helicopter can hover in the atmosphere above the ground. One, the whole atmosphere is moving with the Earth; it's all moving around. And two, a helicopter, you're constantly fucking correcting. I watched a video on a guy learning how to do how to do flying lessons in a helicopter. It was like, about 10 feet off the ground or something like that, quite low over an open runway. And this fucking, all the different things, you have a hand, we have one hand that's holding this, doing doing the collector, another one that's moving something else. You have each foot and it's all a balance. You're constantly adjusting for this and that, a little bit of crosswind, a little bit of thermal, this and that. You're constantly adjusting, and you have to look off into the distance, pick a spot way off, focus on that kind of, so you can orient yourself, and to help you keep yourself, and then know what the aircraft is doing. So if you're looking at the ground way off, not looking down, they say look way off, like, you know, in the distance a little bit, and then you're moving that around, you're going to, you know, if the Earth is moving, you're going to be moving with that. You're going to be constantly correcting to keep that spot in your line of sight. So, and then as well as the atmosphere is moving with you. Yeah, exactly. Unfornicated. Yeah, if they have an answer for that, he doesn't know what it is, and even if he did, he'd be fucking wrong. And they have, but they have an answer for it. He doesn't know fucking any answer.
For the hot air balloons, because you know those things have been around for over 400 years. Guess what? That's right. We have an answer for it. So
No, they don't. Their answer is the Earth is moving. But guess what? The globe has an answer for it, and it's the fact is that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, and it's rotating at the same distance. And then balloons are also subject to different winds, depending on the altitude and the crosswind and stuff. How they do that, they have to know what the prediction of the winds are, and how many times have you seen balloons, they get caught into a wind, the wind patterns or the conditions change quickly, and they either have to get up or get down as quick as they can. And a lot of times they end up crashing, hitting things, going into power lines, going to different things like that, landing where they probably shouldn't have landed, and they got, they have tracking stuff on them. So it isn't perfect. Hot air balloons are subject to, depends on different winds, but the whole atmosphere is moving together. Think of your car driving on the highway. It's perfect in there. You put your air conditioning on, and while you're going forward, going backwards. But if somebody holds a fan behind you, the back of your head, you can blow wind forward, because the whole inside the atmosphere, inside the car, is moving with you, and you can move air inside that anywhere you want. That's kind of the same idea as the Earth, except for obviously we have a force holding it down, the gravity, and then it's moving, and because of force holding it down, it moves all the atmosphere with us.
So all these things that we're claiming help us better understand this world, we have an answer for.
But they have their answers, but have no proof of their answers. The globe has answers and can prove it with facts and science and empirical data.
Answer for the sun, what it is, I don't know. Can I guess? Sure. The thing in the North Pole, but do I truly know? No. The moon, same thing.
But then you fail. If you can't explain the sun, you can't explain the moon, then your globe in your model is insufficient and is inferior, and so it fails.
Why?
Because the globe model can explain everything his can, its own ways, back it up with science and data, and explain more things, can do more stuff. The flat Earth, for them to explain one thing, they have to falsify something else. To explain that, they have to falsify something else. There's no one flat Earth model that can work. Every time they bring something up, they falsify something else.
Why we get heat, I don't know. Why we get cool, I don't know. All those other things, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well then you fail. Then your model fails. You don't know, and so you can't explain it. So then that's it.
We can run all the experiments. We can take all the guesses. Everything else. It's okay. It's okay to not know. Now, all those sky phenomena, sure, nobody knows. Nobody. When I say nobody knows, again, nobody truly knows. Nobody truly knows. All right.
That's wrong, because science and the scientists know. We know why we know why the sun sets from right to left in the southern hemisphere. We know why the sun sets from right from left to right in the northern hemisphere. We know why the sun sets over top at the equator. We know why these a helicopter can hover above. We know why the star rotations in the north go counterclockwise, the star rotations in the south go clockwise. We know why there's 24-hour sun in December, the winter months, that's in the north, and why we got 24-hour sun right now, and including like Tromsø, Norway is getting 24-hour sun right now, but yet the other side of the earth, like that, south of like Antarctica and stuff, is getting 24 hours darkness. We know why. We can explain this. So we can explain. We know why we get meteorites hitting the ground. We know why there's we lose like several tons of atmosphere, including helium and stuff, to space every day. We know this.
Nobody's God. Nobody created this place. Nobody made mountains and rivers and nothing like that to actually know the Constitution, what this place is made of. But as far as whether it's buckling, curved, concave, or level, it's level all day. It's level all day. And
It's not level because your level can't explain fucking things. Can't explain boats disappearing bottom up. Can't explain why the sun sets without changing angular size. Can't explain solar eclipses or lunar eclipses. It can't explain freaking like the Coriolis effects. It can't explain fucking like earthquakes. There's so many things you can't explain. So yeah.
yes, we've seen it. Well, here's the thing: we know it's not curving. Better?
No, it does curving and can prove it. I've proved it. Countless people have proved and showed the curvature of the Earth many, many, many times. Flat earthers just go nah and run away.
We know that much. It's not curving. And so that's where we are. That's what makes us
No,
flat
it is
earth.
curving.
It's one of those things that it's because flat earthers went out to determine what's going on in the sky that many of us feel that they lied. And so that makes
Unfornicated, I don't want to know why he keeps touching his nipples. I don't want to know. I'm just trying to ignore it.
I think, at least from my opinion, many of us
I will give him that. Vlad's about what my age. He's in okay shape. You know, I'm not going to hate on him for that. I can see why he needs to sit with the shirt on. It's very hot, and it's not like he's probably not as fat, as chubby as I am. I need to hit the gym again. So I've been slacking for a year with a bunch of other family stuff going on, but I'll get in the gym soon. Hey, I still got the guns. I don't know. I think my guns maybe still a bit bigger than Craig's.
flat earthers feel as if they made the community look bad. And I understand, like I get it. Because you had such high profile flat earthers go out there and do what they did, it makes the collective of us look terrible because of what they claim to have witnessed, right? And we're all caught up in it, and I get it. I'm just concerned.
Good point. I just seen that crazy razy. Maybe he does think it's curved at night. It secretly curls at night. Vlad just doesn't want to admit it. Only when he's sleeping, it curls. Curves.
Because I'm like, y'all didn't work hard enough while you were down there. What are you going down there for if you're not going to do anything but drink champagne and eat cake? You know what I'm saying?
He's talking about the TFE crew. Did you ever see them once drink fucking champagne or eat cake? I don't think I've ever heard them mention one time them drinking champagne, eating cake. They said the food was half decent down in Union Glacier because, let's admit it, it is for people to go down there who are like a tourist, a holiday sort of thing, and do different stuff. So they have some decent chefs. But I'm pretty sure I never heard them mention once they were eating cake and drinking champagne down there. It wasn't some luxury cruise.
And
they were staying in fucking tents for crying out loud.
That's what I'm saying. But everybody else has another reason as to be upset, and I get that. No one has an answer. Can you be more specific? Oh, boy.
Hey, Real Cygnus. How's it going?
Someone said they did. Well, look, man.
Hey, Real Cygnus. I seen you there on Mikey's live there. That was funny.
Nobody knows what this place is. Kid flying to Antarctica. So I don't know which kid you're talking about that flew to Antarctica. Which one? There were a bunch of people that went. Yeah. In the past were fake. Well, I mean, oh, you mean 2024, Kevin? You mean 20?
What did you say? How is this supposed to supposedly only happen in 2025 when all the observations years past were faked? But they weren't faked. They weren't. Not a single time has a flat earther been able to prove that the 24-hour sun observations in Antarctica were fake. None. I've posted up for the last 2 or 3 years observations from the Australian Antarctic program. They have webcams, and they still can show a 3-day time lapse like the previous 3 days. And I've shown there's because it doesn't follow the sun, but you see the sun go past, you see the shadows do a full 360 if it's a clear day. And there's about 3 or 4 different stations, and you saw this showing 24-hour sun going around. Not a single flat earther has been able to prove that wrong or falsify any of them. Not a single one. The ones that they claim is fake are their claims, but they're not. Even some fella even did that where he tracked the sun and put his watch on in front of it. It showed the full 24 hour. He had just take a just a analog watch, and it showed the 24-hour sun, tracked it perfectly fine, and they claim it's fake because a few clouds. But we don't realize is that it already did 24 hours, and then it loops back and shows the 24 hours again, the same 24 hours. We already showed 24 hours. They claim that's fake, without realizing that the fact is that I think it's something to do with like it only went so far because it's turning and it was plugged in, and the cable can only go around one time before it can't go around again, and so it stopped, and I think it stopped. The power had to shut itself down, so it didn't keep going. No single flat earthers ever proved that 24-hour sun observation in Antarctica is fake. They just think they have.
2024. So yeah, that supposedly happened in 2024, and yeah, but that's the thing, man. Deception is abound. Listen, when you live in a world of lies and you're trying to remove yourself from it, you're going to be disappointed. I'm promising you, people will let you down. People will, and remember that disappointment is waiting.
Even Dave McKeegan did 24 hours of the sun with a solar filter, and you can actually watch it. As you can watch the sunspots move across as the sun rotates around, and you can even see how they do it, and you can see exactly. And even did time lapse and showed it, or you can watch the full 24 hours if you want of the. If you just put up his, or if it was the GoPros or the Insta360s. But Dave McKeegan did it with his equatorial mount, his tracking mount, and he tracked the sun for, I think it was 25 hours he got out of that. And no flat earthers being able to falsify that, not once.
For you at every corner. Yes, exactly. And yes, we've been lying. And that's the thing, Half Tate. That's exactly the truth. Disappointment is everywhere, number one. Number two, it doesn't matter. We've been lied to. So even if
the globe Earth, there's a globe, and it's way bigger than we've been told. Either way,
we're in a section where it's all flat and then everything is a globe. That's a problem, because
see what that is that flat Earth is not being able to understand refraction and atmospheric conditions. Yeah, Lindsay Boy, after TFE, so all of a sudden you can have a 24-hour sun on flat Earth. Yeah, for how many years? Well, 10 years before that, they've all been saying this impossible is impossible. Freaking Eric Dubay is saying it. Freaking Flat Earth Dave. Fucking everybody's been saying it's impossible to have flat Earth on 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't go there. And then he went there and went, oh no, you can go there in 24-hour sun and it works perfectly fine on a flat Earth. This is magically this going. Oh no, it does. Fuck.
You still have to present to us where this curvature is. Then where is this curvature everybody keeps talking about? You understand what I'm saying? And so they're going to have to get it to where they can show us where this curvature is, because at some point we're going to have to see the curvature. At some point. And based off of the calculations we're given, right? Because everything is still based off of 8 inches per mile squared. And you see, here's the thing. We didn't make that calculation up. We didn't make those numbers up. We're giving to globe people your math. All this math we didn't make up. Listen.
The 8 inches per mile squared. Flat earthers always misuse that because you don't understand the fucking formula. I think that it's down to they didn't come up with the math, but they have misconstrued and misunderstood how the math works. Because flat earthers are really shit at math, like even basic math. Like they're like Terrence Howard 1 times 1 fucking like level of like math. And if you don't believe me, you should check out TikTok like last year or something like that. It was a massive thing. Like you just would ask all the flat earthers what 1 times 1 is. And I don't know how many times you go 2. Yeah, it's gonna be 2. It's like, no, 1 times 1 is 2. Like fucking like it's just, or 1 times 0 and then we go 1. It's like fuck. What if the Earth is so large that you can only see the effects of curvature instead of actual curvature when on the ground? Yes, what if? Good point. As for Real Cygnus, I'm still blocked by Mikey's chat. I was actually in there and I was commenting, and in fact I even tagged you in something going, "Hey, Real Cygnus, can you see me?" Like, hello, I'm nothing. And then when I went on with another account, I realized that all my comments were not showing up. I'd already been blocked. And that, I think that was by C Lightning had blocked me when I did a comment on a video on Mikey's live streams. And like I did a comment pointing something out, and he just blocked me. But then C Lightning went through and blocked everybody because there's a whole bunch of comments on there. He deleted and blocked a whole bunch of people that have been commenting on Mikey's live stream when he went to the country music festival. He went through the whole comment section and just like sterilized the whole thing. Made sure kept the echo chamber nice and sterile.
Nice beaver. We've done the experiments. What do you? No, nobody's crying about the final experiment anymore. Like it's not a good.
Freaking Vlad's been sitting here for the last fucking how long crying about the final experiment.
Look for. Nobody's really crying about it, but it's like, let's talk about these things because you have these high profile flat earthers that still haven't shown tickets. One, they're making these claims and they haven't done the easiest part.
But the tickets that you'll instantly just claim as fake and just not away. So what's the fucking point? Because you're just gonna instantly flat earthers are gonna just claim that they're fake. Aldebrand, how's it going? Nice to see you again.
Easy part. The easy part is showing where these fucking tickets are, showing your itinerary, all of which haven't been completed. What if you were doing taxes, right? And like, hey, we need to see your ID. And
no, real Cygnus. No, mate. I looked on there because I switched accounts real quick to something else. My comment didn't even show up. It wasn't even in live stream. So it's not that you're distracted. It just I had already been shadow banned.
And then you're like, but you know who I am. Okay, we need to see an official government ID, i.e. your license, i.e. a CAT card, something. We need a passport, something. We need to see your ID, preferably something with your address on it. Don't show.
Well, look, TFE. Aloha, my friend. Hello. Aloha. TFE had fucking GPS tracking on every single fucking person that went. You could track them, and he was the most tracked flight in the fucking world. And flerfs still denied.
Show them your official government ID so you can get your taxes done. For all you guys that do taxes, I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example. Whose fault is that? If you get hit up with a penalty, whose fault is that? Is it that now I'm just using taxes as an example, that's all. Like, let's not get into the nitty-gritty about it.
He's talking shit. I'm gonna skip past this. He just goes on about fucking government ID and taxes and blah blah blah. But
where they went, if they can't even provide us with the first thing, a fucking ticket.
But tickets that the claim is that are fake. Yeah, okay.
Does that make any sense? I hope it makes sense. I'm not trying to treat anybody as if they're stupid or anything like that, but I think going too hard.
Yeah, sorry, Aldebrand, it's not me, it's fucking Vlad. He's using Starlink. I know he fucking used a flat earther using Starlink, the irony. And then his live is choppy. It's actually not me, it's his fucking live. And then he's using a different device, and it kind of sorts itself out a little bit, but yeah, the reverb is fucking shite. Oh, reverb is my reverb. Sorry, I thought you talked about Vlad. Sorry, buddy.
Hard in the paint with them, that's one thing. Fine, we can talk about that. But first things first, let's see that ID that you went where you said that you went. You said that you went there. Okay. Well, the easy part is that you can show us a fucking ticket. You can give us your travel within the states, right? I'm in Virginia. Let's say I fly down to North Carolina. If I fly down to North Carolina, it comes with an itinerary. It comes with a traveling ticket, a boarding pass. All these things that are new to flying anywhere when you get on an airplane. You understand? So, like, don't think that these guys are,
Yeah, 100% CK. Vlad wants the echo chamber. He wants people anybody who comes in, and I'm sure you're right, like most people probably in the foundry, a lot of people probably aren't that bad. They're probably okay people. And most flat earthers, I think, are not bad people. They're just misguided and they don't understand, and they've been taken in by a conspiracy theory. And then they have a little bit of paranoia and distrust for the government, and then you get shills like Vlad, you get ones like freaking Mark Sargent and freaking Flat Earth Dave and and Eric Dubay and fucking and Austin Whitsitt that prey on that, and then they just feed into the whole distrust and this and that, and then they speak stuff like Whitsitt, you know, with all his word salad and big words, just shooting it out there, and then they draw people in, going, this guy seems to make a lot of sense and stuff, because they start feeding into those little things and making people distrust more, and this person's speaking the truth. Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Vlad wants to be a cult leader, and it's like the whole thing with like fucking Nathan Oakley. Oakley's the same way. Oakley wants to be a cult leader. Like we've seen a few people have covered it. You've had like fucking MC Toon has this recently, and a few others, and how many times Oakley just shouts the Earth measures flat, without showing a single measurement or even attempt at measurement. He claims that every single, he's been in my comments, he was in my comments freaking months ago on my earlier videos, shouting that the Earth, I went, why are you using flat Earth measurements? Like, I'm not. In fact, I falsified the flat Earth. I even showed the breakdown of the flat Earth prediction versus the globe prediction. I went, no, look, here's a flat Earth, here's a globe. I went, no, I didn't. I showed the flat Earth prediction and the globe prediction, and my observations matched the globe and falsified the flat Earth. He goes, you're using flat Earth measurements. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm using measurements I use a measurement that either falsified or verified the globe, and falsified or verified the flat Earth. It falsified the flat Earth and verified the globe. And these kid goes, Earth measures flat. I'm like, no, it doesn't. I proved that it doesn't. You're wrong. And I said, you're welcome to come on my channel and show me your measurements. And he wanted me to go on his. I was like, oh, fuck that shit. I'm not going in there to get shouted and braided at and, you know, and feed into his freaking sexual fantasies. Yeah.
Restricted from getting tickets, like, that's bullshit. Don't like, no, we don't even have to look at the other stuff. All they need to do is provide us some tickets, then we could talk about other things. In the meantime, they didn't do what they said they did. Could they have faked it? Yes, they sure as hell could have. You've seen Jurassic Park, you've seen these movies, you've seen Star Wars.
Yeah, except for the fact is how like, it's still waiting for the how, because I know they try to claim the whole thing of taking down the fucking what is the thing that was used in the Mandalorian, the whole like round thing that's like, oh, it is round but not 100% of all screens. But I showed a video, I went like, how tall that is, and it was like some guy on like a ladder going up, how is it that tall? And then they claimed like the sun could be on these LCD displays casting shadows. And I showed I did a test. I used my flat screen TV, which is an LCD display. I set up a figure in front of it, and then I videotaped a dark room. And you know what? I had the sun up on there. I had the exact same thing from TFE. And guess what? Fucking funny enough, there was no massive shadow that was where the sun pointed from my figure. Now you gotta think that they're in a 360 degree, and nearly 360, I think it's like 300 degrees or whatever it is, video like screens all around above them. So you have light coming from every single fucking direction, because the LCDs cast light, right? That's how they work. They cast light out, and then you're gonna have shadows that are that defined that actually go around as the sun goes around. It doesn't happen. Fucking can't happen. That's not how the technology works. In fact, if you look at like the Mandalorian and stuff like that, and you look where they're standing against the display, like you see where next to the display, and like these troopers come up on this craft, and it's done. You can see when they come up, and there's actually dust blown, but no wind goes on the onto the actors. The light is from behind them, casting towards the this the screens because they have a studio light behind, because you can't have one coming off the studio light coming towards them. So you have a studio light casting to give them a shadow from behind them. It has to cast towards the fucking video screens and be up so it gives them a shadow on the ground. And you can see where it cuts scenes from one side to another, and when then there's something interacting, and then now there's a real person that they're interacting with. But as they come up, there's dust that rolls up. You never see any dust go on the actors because it's on a fucking display. Like, it's so easy that TFE, it was so easy to point out you could see it, because one, you could never have had the freaking 24-hour sun, because it would never shown the work on the on all the shadows, like when MC Toon did his sundial all around. That wouldn't have worked. It fucking wouldn't have worked. It would have just been, it would have been light all around, and just would have been maybe fucking straight there. This would have been nothing. This would have been light all around it. So instantly, that just disproved the whole fucking thing. So it's just bullshit.
They know Hanson Flatfoot. They never showed their flat. No, they didn't. They didn't show. That's what I'm saying, Hanson. Yes, they didn't show the. That's what we're saying. They didn't show the easy stuff. See, all that other shit, the sun, the glitches. Like, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I just need the tickets. I just need it in the hole.
Well, it's the tickets that he can say they're fake. Like, well, fucking, this is pointless.
200 days late now. Would they present it now, whether they did or they didn't? If they did, you could easily make something. You can make some up like that's, and then we get trashed because we're saying, oh, they faked the tickets. Of course, it's 200 fucking days later. You don't think a motherfucker can't make or create fake tickets?
See, instantly, so right there, he admits he would have said that the tickets are fake. He would have said the fucking tickets are fake 1 week before, after the freaking final experiment. He would have said the fake. The glitch is so stupid. I know there is no fucking glitches, right? The only time you see glitches is when, like, the stitch from the Insta360s, and they go, oh, there's a glitch. No, there fucking isn't. Or there's when the frame rate drops on a live stream because you're using the freaking using satellites, using the bandwidth off from Starlink dropped a little bit. Oh, that's no. You can see where where some of the pixels, where some of the data doesn't update correctly. Like, this is so fucking stupid. They say, oh, they've already come up with this, like, it's a pre-script. No, because fucking we looked at it and go, that's what it is. You can clearly see that. And then when they come back after having shown live streams and showed the actual footage, and there isn't these glitches, flerfs is going on already to disprove that. No, you fucking haven't. Yeah, Aldebrand.
But still, when you're asked something that easy, you need to be ready to present. Kind of like when you're in the military in this test, you don't have 180 days. No, you've got hours to present. If not, you're going to be investigated. You've got a few hours, because some people get stage fright. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh shit, I'm dehydrated. I ain't got nothing in there. You stand there.
Hold on here. Let's look something. Ignore what Vlad's saying. Let's just go back. Did you notice this? Look behind him. Here. See what this. So I'm going to say Vlad's not actually sitting in front of in front of a map. This is all green screen. This fake. Watch this. Must be fake. Now I'm using his own logic against them, right? So just watch.
But still, when you're asked something that easy, you need to be ready to present.
Oh, look at glitches.
Kind of like when you're in the military in this
fake.
test. You don't have 180 days. No, you've got hours to present. If not, you're going to be investigated. You've got a few hours, because some people get stage fright. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh shit, I'm dehydrated. I ain't got nothing in there. You stand.
Vlad's not real. He's fake. Look at all the glitches around there. Yeah, it's not real.
And there you stand in front of the fucking thing. Real. You're trying to present, and you're like, you're coming up empty. That's normal. They understand it. They're like, go hydrate. Go jump lunch, drink some coffee, something. Be ready to provide a sample.
Oh, look at the glitches. Yeah. So fake.
Piss test, obviously, a urinalysis. They're not checking to see if you've got sugar in your piss. They're checking to see if your piss is hot, right? They're checking to see if you've got drugs in your system. So, just for clarity, that's what a urinalysis does.
Yeah, CK, exactly. Vlad's flying to be a pop-up flerf now. Yeah, he wants to be top dog. You've seen that Jaren's gone. Witzit's freaking on is like lower than mud, and he wants to be top dog. Freaking Oakley wants to be top dog. They all want to be. They're all vying. They're all like volleying for who wants to be the top stupid, right? So, who wants to be the top dumb, and be top of the pile, pile of poo.
does. They're not
Who-
checking to see if you're
They all
pregnant.
want to be king shit at Turd Valley. Let's just fucking call it what it is.
Nothing like that, okay? And so the urinalysis is basically those things. This is our urinalysis, our litmus test for these guys that claim that they went where they went. Hansen, yes, this is what we've been calling for on my show. The other stuff, I'm like, that's cool, that's fine. But Vladimir, has been asking for tickets. I've always been asking for tickets.
The CK saying, well, Vlad speaks about race a lot. He thinks we don't like him because of his color of skin. But that's false. He's an angry old man and still is open-minded. Yeah. I honestly don't give a shit the color of his skin, right? And I think his tattoos are kind of cool, right? I dig him, right? He's got a dragon there. He needs to get some color. Looks like he's got line work. And I think he's in okay shape. I don't give a shit what color of his skin. I really don't care, right? I got friends who I got friends who are different colors. I got friends who work with, got loads of people. I don't care. Look, if you're a good person, you're nice to me. I don't give a crap if you're green, yellow, blue, black, pink, green. I don't care. Makes no difference to me. Okay. But Vlad, I can see his personality, how he is, where he wants you to talk dog. He's fucking blah blah blah. Thinks he's the freaking king shit Turd Valley, and he's not a nice person. So. And it's unfortunate. He seems that, he is an angry, vile old man who's got massive paranoia issues. The same thing. I'm probably it's like I'm on Mikey all the time because I think Mikey freaking needs to look after his health better, and he needs to freaking start accepting people's help and advice of people who know better and realize that what he's saying is wrong. He's in for a massive freaking rude awakening when he thinks he's gonna walk in the court and that's it. It's just going to be done. He's even admitted that if he goes to court, as soon as the Canadian Space Agency puts their hand on the Bible and promises to tell the truth, he's going to say, I got you right there because they're lying right away. Like, he's so convinced that he won't listen to anybody else. And he won't listen. It's so sad. And Vlad is the fucking same way. Vlad, the freaking gas station attendant, like, what a fall from grace, really. But, being for what he was in the army, in the Navy, I mean. And then he works at a pumps gas station. Now, probably, pumping gas at a gas station or working behind the till is pretty easy, right? It's brain numbing, sit there, probably chat, talk, do your work, go home, right? It's this minimal freaking effort and responsibility. And maybe he's happy with that. Maybe he's retired. Maybe that's it. He's just done with responsibility. And Fernicky, bring up a good point there, Albrun. He can't be a flirt daddy. If he doesn't know anything, he can be a cult leader. Yeah. Well, we all know that Flat Earth is a cult anyway, so.
Yes, we know it was ALE. We know, and you know what? This is drama, Vlad. Listen, Nice Beaver. You could say what you want. They didn't provide tickets. We've been asking for them. That's the easy part.
But Lindsay, the thing is, and I pointed this out to Mikey tonight, because he says, when I win, then they're going to owe me $33 million. And if some chance I lose, well, then I'm not out anything. I was like, dude, if you lose, you're going to be on the hook for their legal costs and the court fees. You think they're going to freaking pay all that shit themselves? I think somebody else even said that. I don't know if it's CK or somebody else said it in the chat as well, going, you're gonna get on the hook for all the freaking legal costs and the court fees. Like, you're not walking out of this unscathed. If you lose, when you lose, you're paying. They're gonna go after you for stuff. You're gonna be in the freaking like financial freaking shit. But he's not having it, because he looked at that freaking that court case with which is Garcia versus freaking what's his name? Where the Flat Earther did the competition, and the other fella brought a thing, and he's looked at that, and then when it got thrown out, but Mikey believes all the freaking Flat Earthers that claim that Flat Earth won in court. They didn't win in court. The court case got thrown out. The guy tried to sue again, and the court case got thrown again. Nobody won. Nobody lost. The court looked at it and went, "This is bullshit." You didn't follow. They went, "This is bullcrap. You didn't follow the rules of the competition, which was laid out. He doesn't have to pay you. That's it. It's done. Bye. And that was fucking it. Real sickness, yeah, you see, you can't get blood from a stone. Well, you know, they'll, well, you see that, but he's, remember, Mikey Smith is on, government assistance. They'll garnish his government assistance. They'll cut him down. He's obviously got some sort of money. And I'm pretty sure, you know, if they garnish you that, I think they can even look at some of his assets and force him to liquidate his assets. Does he actually need that car? Does he need a car that big? Does he need all that crap? They'll go after him. They'll make him, or they'll cut his money down. His government assistance, they'll take. He won't even see it. He won't have a chance. They just simply won't give it to him.
That's the easy part. I find it funny that Jaron burns his fucking ticket to Punta Arenas from Cali to Puntas. He doesn't show anything going to Antarctica. Nobody did. So it's just trust me, bro. That's what we want, right?
Oh, did you watch this? I fornicated. Yeah, I watched the point. He does he listens to a few of the things, and he goes on to the observation of the USS Abraham. And I've kind of I got to that point now, and I'll probably go to that, and then I'll probably cut this off here. So
I'm sorry, man. Like, I can't go for that. If that's what you want, that's cool. That's fine, man. That's your prerogative. If you want to leave that alone, that's fine. But here in the Foundry, we're looking for some motherfucking tickets and itinerary. It's that simple.
The itinerary was already given. MC Toon gave the itinerary. A few other ones showed the itinerary where they had to fly. Or where the connecting flights were heading down to Punta Arenas. That was fucking already given before they even left. And C-Tune showed it. Jaron showed it. Fucking I think did David Keegan show it? So the itinerary was already shown, and it was digital, as somebody pointed out. They don't always do paper ones now. A lot of times people you get your stuff on your phone, right? Everybody has a phone now. You get your stuff there, that way you can't lose it. Open your phone up, boom, scan it. You're in, right? You have it all on there. So, I haven't flew for a while, but I did have paper tickets last time I flew from Canada to the UK. But yeah, I know. I think there's sometimes I booked them and had stuff that's coming through on my phone. I've had it on there, and I've had to get it at the print it off and get it at the airport. Yeah, Victoria. They may ask for an injunction rather than money. Oh, maybe. So the only thing is that Mikey Smith is so convinced, emphatical that he has evidence, like physical evidence. So I don't know if he could try to push it, because he's claiming. There's one thing making a claim or making like and doing like a claim through court, but he's saying that he has physical evidence that CSA has lied. So I mean, if there's, I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I've seen most of what he's kind of put through, and he's detailed. But we'll see. He apparently Mikey, if you know, they obviously make a call off some fella named Moses. He didn't get his last name, and the guy looked at the paperwork and was passing it on to somebody else. So yeah, I don't know. Lindsay, and you could be right with the court thing there. All I'm going is kind of what Mikey said, and he said that he got a call off some guy named Moses who's looked it over and he's passing it on to somebody else. Now Mikey says he's going to record the videos, the calls from then, which should be good because you could probably hear, if we can hear the other side back and forth, they would probably get a lot more insight into what's going on, because you probably can get like wherever the guy, if he gives any kind of inference through his speech and stuff like that. And because I think sometimes Mikey hears stuff and he only hears what he wants to hear. Yeah, Mikey's still down a rabbit hole. He's a rabbit. Yeah, I don't know real significant if they'll make it past the first phase. You got a call saying that they've looked it over and they're going to pass it on. So what I think that all that entails is the fact is that he has filled out all the sections of his claim affidavit and all that for it to be passed on for someone to actually look at it. And I do think you're right. I don't know. I don't think it'll go past much further. I don't know if it'll go to court, even if Mikey's claimed this. I don't know if somebody will look at it and you look at his evidence, and then and go through and go, yeah, like there's no merit to a case here. Like his evidence is bullshit. And that'd be interesting. I don't know if there'll still be some sort of court costs and stuff like that associated with that, but we'll see. For his sake, for Mikey's sake, I really hope it doesn't go very far. I hope it gets squashed at the beginning before it goes any further, where there's going to be some serious consequences for him. Because right, if it does go to somewhere where he ends up in court somehow, then it's gonna be bad. Now, I was watching his stream when we went to the country music festival, and some guy in the comments claimed to be a lawyer of 10, 15 years and wanted to take on the case. And then obviously Mikey said to him, look, oh, yeah, I'd be more willing for that. Obviously, no money to be paid until after I win, but I'll win 100%. And I thought that was kind of weird. I thought, what lawyer is going to take on such a freaking goofy ass case? Like, it's such a freaking a dud. It's going to be dead in the water. Why would somebody take that on without like wanting money up front? Like, you think a lawyer would be like, no. You pay me now, you put so much down, and I want to be, what do they call that, where you get, it would be, but some lawyer claimed he wanted to represent Mikey, but I think they'd want to make sure that he pays X amount up front, I can't think of the word. Well, you pay a lawyer up, say they'll say, we want, you need to secure me, like my services, so you need to pay $5,000 up front. And then once that money is being used up, then they want to say, okay, now you need to pay X amount or something like that. Lindsay, well, yeah. If they give a psychological assessment, that would be interesting. Because I wonder if they would go onto his YouTube and look it over to get a really good idea of where he is. Because obviously that's a lot of evidence. That's a lot of evidence. If they're going to do a psychological assessment and they get onto the fact he has a YouTube channel and they can look and see how he speaks, how he acts, and what he does, that's going to give a lot of insight. So I know Victoria. I don't think a lawyer would take it on ethically or even like professionally. Like to take on to have on your record such a goofy ass case, which is freaking it's so destined to just fail. I think any lawyer is gonna look at that and go, "No, I'm not taking this shit on. Like this is just bullcrap. There's no way you can get anywhere with this." I say unless there's money hungry, in which case they're gonna go, "I want $5,000 up front before I'll even start looking at your stuff." They give them like a half an hour consultation and go, "Okay, right. Well, you need to procure me. I want X amount up front before we can go before I go further, and then I'll take you on." All right, let's go on. Off that bit.
I don't see how is that not fair? It's not like I'm asking for your left pinky. I just need the tickets. That's it. How is that not fair? If you ask me for some tickets from Japan, because I've been to Japan recently, you want to know something? If I can't find tickets, you know what I could do? What I could do is I could give you an itinerary.
Or how about some fucking pictures showing you standing in front of the Ishikawa Castle? Or how about you on going up Mount Fuji or standing in front of Fujisan? Or how about you in downtown Tokyo? Or how about like showing, I don't know, show your phone and show the Google Maps where it tracks your your GPS signal and show where it shows you flying from freaking Chicago O'Hare to Japan. Don't you need to show that? Just go, yeah, look here. Here's the last week my Google Maps data. Oh, look here you are. Here's my last week. Look at this. I went to Japan. It looks like I traveled around Japan. Fuck it all. Oh shit, you have been there. You have GPS data. He's a passport bro who is I'm fornicated. Well, I'm fornicated. Did you not see how Mikey actually in his live, his live stream when he went to that I think he went to the park after he went to the football game, which got canceled because the air quality is so bad because of all the wildfires in northern Alberta. And then he went to the music festival, and some fella in his comments said that he was a lawyer willing to take on Mikey's case, which I find really suspicious. So I don't believe that guy's a lawyer, and I don't think a lawyer would take on that kind of case willingly, without getting some sort of payment up front.
Give you the legs along the way at which I stopped at. Is it still choppy? Yeah, it's the internet over here. It's the
Aldebaran, yeah, like I'm going. No, I haven't flew for a while. I'm going somewhere in the South Coast. I'll have my itinerary is we're going to this place, and from there, we figure normally how we do is we go there, we walk into the place we're staying, we go, where's your pamphlets? We look at the pamphlets, pull them out, and go, oh, what looks like fun to do, and then go do it. I call bullshit, as CC says. The CC voice, yeah. I call bullshit too. I don't think the guy is a lawyer, but yes, Hakeem is Tuddler tier. Matthew Hakeem is definitely has one of the most punchable faces. Like you see him in like, I'm tempted because apparently he says he'll debate anybody, but he never has any fucking evidence other than his interpretation of the Bible. I was tempted to like maybe go on MDD, but I just don't know if I could look at that face that is looking at me like freaking like there's nobody home, that's smiling. Fuck, I don't know. Are you going to back to California for a holiday? Ah, nice. California likes a party. California. I'm probably saying that wrong, but I lived in California for 3 years when I was a kid. So I lived in Sacramento, and I've been to San Francisco as well. That was fun.
the internet over here. Whoosh. Serious business, it's the web over here, family. I'm sorry.
Is it Rubik's? Today's Rubik's Day. All hail the National Shield. All hail the NASA shield. It's the Rubik's. Bow down.
Give me a sec. Hold on.
Cool. It's Rubik's. When you're done it, just pop. Share it on my my Discord if you want. I'd be interested to hear it for sure.
All right. Yeah, internet over here is like absolutely terrible. It's not the best. It's not the best. So forgive me. Forgive me.
Nice people brought up a good point there. ALE took them to Antarctica. ALE just provided the transport and logistics. Wilson and Jaren would have had to drop their own itineraries themselves. Sorry, but this is this is drama, Vlad. Yes. Is it broken? Oh shit! All right, Rubik's. I will fix that. I'll have to sort that out. No wonder nobody comes into my freaking my Discord. Okay. Right here. See what I posted in this chat here. Discord. Confirmed broken. All right. I did not know it was broken. I'm a little bit new at the whole Discord thing, so you have to bear with me for just a second. Right, see if I can get my link here. How do you get the link again? You think they expire? Oh, right, okay. There's got to be a way to. Oh, wait, hold on here. Content in the social, my account, device clips, app settings. Hold on here. Where is it? 2 seconds here. Let me just find where the thing is to share. Might be in being here. Hold on here. Where is it? Right click on the server and go into more and then share invite. Right, hold on here. Sorry. I click the server and go to more and then share invite. All right, hold on here. Server settings. Yeah. Oh fuck. I'm not seeing it. Shit. What time is it? My daughter's better at this Discord than I am. Oh, why is it not coming up? No, let's get out of this. Server boost. No, I am not seeing it here. Add server, download app. 2 seconds. Let me see something here. More options. There we are. Then share invite. Hold on here. Okay. All right, just posted up. Hanzo just posted it up. That's my other account, by the way. That just I just posted up here on in my there is Rubik's. So I pinned it at the top. That's in Discord. I was trying to do it on my laptop, but it doesn't seem to work. Okay, back to it. Sorry about that little.
If they were or not, anyway, it's flat. We were all deceived. Yeah, Hanson, Flatfoot. Yeah, that's it. Basically, and really, that's it. For their sake, I'm like, listen, present that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the sun is doing. It doesn't matter whether it goes up and down and it stays out or it turns into a trapezoid. But again, like I said, Hanson, our big thing is that them going out, who they're representing, which is us, the community, right? Because you had the news come out and say the biggest flat earther is no longer a flat earther. They wanted to make sure to make that newsworthy. The news did this in Australia, right? So
yeah, because Jaron was like one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube out there. Like he'd been in it for like he's probably one of the biggest named ones. I mean, Dave Weiss is really big too, and they tried to have Dave, but Dave freaking turned him down right away. So yeah, Jaron was one of the biggest ones, yeah, and so was Witsit at the time. I think Witsit had a pretty big platform. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He told us time and time again, you can't go there. You'd be turned away at gunpoint by like some giant army of of like military penguins. But yet they went there and there was nobody. As MC Toon said, "Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns?" I had too much reverb.
So obviously there's an agenda afoot.
All right, yeah, Rubik's. I'll check that out in a bit. All right, love. We'll check that out and see what's I'll have a look. I'll let you know what I think. Thanks for that.
But no, you're right. As long as we understand that this place is flat still, it doesn't matter what the sky is doing. And so you have the globe people. I want to remind you also.
I love they say that it doesn't matter what the sky is doing because they can't explain the sky and things that happen in the sky, like the star rotations, the sunset, all that stuff. Everything there, they can't explain it, and it falsifies flat Earth because it's perfectly explained in the heliocentric globe model, and they don't like that. It hurts their little fifis.
Video of each leg of the trip, you can visually see. Yes, no. We know that he has a video stopping here, stopping there. We're not disputing that, Beaver. All we want is that paper. Nobody asked for the other stuff. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Nobody's talking about that video or nothing like that he made. We need the tickets. Like, unless you're going to talk about tickets, like, let's leave it alone real quick. The tickets that you'll say are fake. Okay? Unless you're going to talk about those tickets, it's just... No, we saw the footage, Nice Beaver. That's not our fault. And unless you're going to present tickets, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
But take a step. Vlad's already admitted he's gonna fucking say they're fake. What's the fucking point? Like, this is stupid.
My thing is, let's kind of go back to the video Dr. Bass-Ackwards was showing. Let's go to there because this is a little bit of me kind of segueing into something different. Let's do this, man. My bad, y'all. Y'all can see it. Let's do it.
Facts.
But that's not evidence of the final experiment.
Cameras.
That's just evidence of people maybe having an agenda.
That's an absence of evidence. Yeah, that is an evidence.
It goes on. I got more shit than that, dude.
A nice beaver just brought up there. Video of each leg the trip exists. You can visually see itinerary of the trip, but people don't want to watch the footage. Whose fault is it if people don't want to see the footage? Do you find it funny that nice beaver that Vlad's letting him comment on here, but any of us he fucking blocks instantly?
Camera logistics too. I'm not.
Yeah, as all the brand says, as far as I know, yeah. Why doesn't Vlad do his own homework? Because like all other flat earthers, fucking lazy. They don't want to. They much rather sit and watch YouTube videos and then believe everything said on there.
Experience with it, but just batteries and keeping it going. I don't know.
And I'm yet to hear an actual explanation for the big black line that takes like a 45-degree angle in the sky. And they say it's due to stitching, but why would a stitch take an angle like out of nowhere? That doesn't make sense to me if someone wants to try to explain that.
I don't think I forget what McToon said. I don't think McToon said when I showed him that it was a.
I remember what he said.
Yeah, it was
he just kept pointing out that this is the camera, and the camera has a stitching feature.
I have a 360 camera. You don't. Yeah. I was prepared for so many better rebuttals than what he said, and I was really it's why did I did so much work preparing for him to make good arguments. He just guessed at me the whole time.
My friend was on the live stream and was like, tap your head if you're really there or something like that. Or he was playing with him. Not that I guess that means.
Another big thing to me was when I finally saw the footage that I thought was going to be consistent rolling footage of someone, at least anybody would be trying to film this, right? But on the plane showing their GPS, consistently rolling the camera, getting off the plane, showing their GPS. When I thought Jaren was literally about to show me this, the camera cut off and he just pops back up in quote unquote Union Glacier. Like, dude, why did you shut off your camera when you got off the plane? I was literally so mad in that moment when I saw that. I was like, yeah, this is just another fucking nail in the coffin for me.
I'm pretty sure Jaren actually explained what happened there. Didn't something like his battery die or something like that? Or is the fact just him having to get all this stuff to hold the camera was just too much freaking faffing about? So he just... I'm sure I heard something about there's a reason why. Because I spent plane ticket is far superior to... Yeah, because it's spent plane tickets more than multiple 8K videos with simultaneous collaborating live streams plus sunspots. Yeah, I know exactly. Vlad's moaning about the freaking because they didn't show go like this and show a plane ticket, which he's just gonna claim they just faked it anyways. But he's moaning about that, wanting to see that, but he's denying, but doesn't want to see the footage and all the evidence and the GPS data that shows he went there.
Too many things stacked up. I hate doubting things. I don't like questioning stuff. If I have to question it, I'm just gonna throw it out.
I will say I just popped back in, so I don't know. I'm just probably pick up on what you guys are talking about. It sounds like talking about the TFE thing. I will just say this one thing, if somebody just took a trip to
Aldebrand, yeah, that's exactly it. TFE hurts them. It hurts their feelings a lot, and I think what it is a lot of times they say they've explained it, but they really haven't. It's just a bit of cope, and then when they get called out for saying, no, you're talking bullshit, that's cope because they can't prove any of it. And it falsifies their flat earth. And then even when they try to muddle it out, it just still doesn't work. And they know it doesn't work, and they can't make it work. So that's why they're still crying about TFE after 8 months later, right? Because it's just destroyed the flat earth. It really has. And then every once in a while, Duffy puts out something else like, the documentary's coming out here soon. I think I've seen they're still working on it, making sure it's a good quality. That's just it. The flat earth, they're just going to be up in arms, freaking shouting all sorts. There's all sorts of videos of trying to debunk it. It's funny.
to like China and they like filmed it and did it, if there was a group of people that really wanted to be like hyper skeptical, they probably could see things in it that they think are evidence of fakery, even though it's just not fake at all. So I'm just saying that can be a phenomenon where people can find things when they want to find things. I'm not trying to say you're doing that or anything. I'm just saying that there is that phenomenon where like you could film something, like you could probably even do this, like you could film like you playing baseball with your friends, and if there was a group of people that really thought that you were like agents or something, they could probably be like, oh, look right there, there's the ball like made a little funny thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that is a phenomenon that can occur in the human psyche.
Dude, at the time that this was happening, I was a Glober. I was looking for every reason to just be done with this argument and just go back to being a happy, stupid Glober. And then TFE rolls along.
He was, because he's obviously there's a fellow who's just denying all the evidence. But I think
Get back to it. There it is.
Oh, you see, I having technical issues. Fucking Vlad just seems to not get his shit together. Can you?
Or whatever.
I apologize.
There's the solar eclipse footage from 2021. How much of all that like have you gone through?
I don't doubt that Union Glacier is a real tourist attraction. I think there is a real place called Union Glacier that they went to. That's required for the PSYOP to even make any sense. There has to be a real place, a real tourist destination that they went to and did some filming there. And it had to happen when they were live. Yep.
Well, coincidentally, none of the flat earthers have.
What's the woman said something about upward corpuscular rays that took last night? All right.
I know they're gonna say like it's just a.
Anyway, she's talking anti-corpuscular rays, which kind of shows that the corpuscular rays are actually parallel. Hey, it's going DP debunks. How's it going, buddy?
It's just a ceremonial, like, stamp on the passport. You don't actually need one because it's not another country, blah, blah, blah. But the person that's handled, most of the recording, it seems, is the person that did have the stamp. So I don't really believe that the stamp is not something you get because he got it. And he's the one that would be taking video throughout the year, going to this place, recording the sky, so that they could use it when they put it all together.
Yeah, my understanding is there's not an official stamp. There's a ceremonial stamp you can get if you want. But Electric, have you looked at
when they were live?
All right. Okay. All right. So we're hearing about this official stamp, ceremonial stamp. Okay, fine. Fine. We don't want to talk about the passport or they don't want to. They just explained the passport. Excuse me, because that's something that I mentioned before. But okay, what about the airplane ticket? What about the tickets?
Fuck, okay.
I'm talking about the tickets. Okay.
The tickets he claims are going to be fake. He's already said that. He just keeps harping on those tickets because he's getting nothing else.
From everybody. Because apparently he had more than one leg of the flight. Okay. We know that Punta Serenas was involved. Fine. Let's show them tickets. It's that simple. Show the itinerary. It's that simple. That's the first part. Weigh your tickets, weigh your itinerary. We need to prove that you went. That's it. And then you can cut down a lot.
Just quickly, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please click the subscribe button and click the thumbs up if you're enjoying this. And click the bell if you want to know when I'm going to be on next.
Out of this chit chatter, you know what I'm saying? But they didn't present that.
Yeah, one word, e-tickets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had to fucking remember they didn't. Okay, well, MC Toon bought his ticket, but Jaren didn't buy his ticket. Will Duffy bought his ticket for him and then sent it to him. So it's probably an e-ticket, so that way he could pass it on to Jaren. And the same thing with Witsit. And then Dave McKeegan. That was probably just an e-ticket that was just sent to him, probably through Discord, or not Discord, through WhatsApp or something like that, a WhatsApp group. Yeah, because Will Duffy paid for it all, and he would have had to send it to them. So yeah, as Aldebrand said, it was probably fucking e-tickets. Oh, they did show the tickets. There they are. So I was wondering about that, if they showed the tickets. I know they showed the itineraries. Like MC Toon showed his itinerary of where he had to fly from different points, and then I think he even showed like where Jaren and Witsit have to go from. Yeah, we used to do surf. Yeah, you can ski.
You can get mad at me all you want. You can get upset. Ask them, Vlad, to be fair, at this point, it's crying over spilt milk. Well, no, nobody's asking for them to do it anymore. I'm like, where are they? Of course, it sounds like I'm asking, where are your tickets? But it's like a rhetorical, where are your tickets? Because I know already that they're not going to present them. And so they seem like surprised.
But Vlad's already said he can't go. He doesn't have the money. Nor does he want to spend the money to go. Right? Vlad isn't interested in going to Antarctica and to see it. All right, yeah, actually, CK, I remember hearing that. Yeah, that I think they even mentioned that that Jaren burnt his ticket, and he did it because probably it was the only piece of paper he could find, and he burnt it because he'd already used that. You'd have return tickets to show that the sun was real, wasn't an LCD display, or else it wouldn't create that kind of heat through a lens. Yeah, and as CK said, and I've been saying this, Vlad wouldn't accept the fucking tickets anyways. If you brought a ticket up, he'd just claim that there's a fake ticket that you made yourself. Even if it was like a fucking like the next day they landed.
That when people are annoyed, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, why are you shocked that people are annoyed with you? Why are you surprised? That's a surprise to me that you're surprised that people are annoyed with you. I'm sorry, I'm just cracking my knuckles. Excuse me. Yeah, and that's it. The ticket is a receipt. The itinerary is your receipt. Itinerary, they're going to ask for that information. And so,
all right.
So since you can't do the first part, you ride because you're a burner, but you have to do step 1 first. If you can't do step 1, there is no step 8, 9, and 10. All that shit is, no, we don't care about that other stuff because you can't even do the...
Now, there's more. I'm just going to say, he goes on and on about the fucking ticket, and he thinks they should be there this whole time.
Thing used against you as leverage, you might not give a fuck. You might be like, oh well, fuck it, dude. Or even there might be somebody out there that's like, fuck my family, man, fuck all that. I'm gonna just say it like it is, man, fuck it. You know, they might.
All right, and he gets chatting with these dickheads for a while.
I used to get on the radio show some weeks, and I would win all these prizes.
Right. So I'm gonna pass this to talk about the Epstein stuff a little bit and all that. Oh, and then fucking Flat Earther Con comes in. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit because they just get yapping and chatting away and it's just a little shite. Oh yes, this is where they go into the 200 proofs.
Yes. Not from the sea. And so they take great care of taking off all, when I into like that's going to stay there. And but you have to pay like 20 times the price.
On that link to the one year. If you guys haven't been to my and anything, but anyway, he owned his land, Sam, about 10 roof like shed, I guess you could say.
Well, Rob, yeah, I think Vlad goes on seeing how smart all flat earthers are, and how he's claimed that he's really smart and he's met loads of smart flat earthers, but every globe earther he's met is an idiot.
Hey man, there are always ways. Do I sound good now, bro?
Yeah, you sound.
What it is that just globe earthers just don't fucking they just take the piss out of them because they ask the stupid simple questions they know flat earthers can't explain. Like like they always do the whole where's the edge then?
There's always way around the government. When they try.
So the whole significance for Vlad of a ticket is the fact that they never. He hasn't seen them present one, so he's harping on that because he thinks it's going to be somehow that it shows that they faked it. He's not thinking it could have been e-ticket. In fact, they didn't keep them. He hasn't looked at all the evidence, the GPS data showing them all go there, fly from there. Show obviously they're all the videos of them being the 4K, 8K videos of them in Puerto Rico. They just they don't freaking give a shit.
Try to stick their finger inside your ass. There's always ways around. I mean, you can get to a water down in the earth, like people have done it, like a lot of people bit. So and put a corkscrew pump, drop it in there, you're good to go, bro. And if I'm not mistaken, if you do
real sickness, yeah, I've never actually seen the sea bass guy, so it's the first time we actually seeing him.
Filter it out. If you do use it a lot, so run it a lot, it comes out clearer with the days that you run it. It filters out better. Some shit like that. We have a friend here in the island that runs completely off the grid. Completely.
It's new. So in Russia, not too long ago, like 2-3 years in Siberia, deuterium into the water. Deuterium is for like 6, in the longevity of. What can I tell you?
Okay. All right, y'all. So we're gonna roll into the 200 proofs portion over here. And of course, this is the 200 proofs of the flat Earth, obviously. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because, again, so we've probably heard about it. We probably heard about it a million times. That's fine. Some of us have even seen it, right? I saw some.
I think this guy is just dumb. Didn't think there were people out there this stupid. Surprise, surprise. Were you talking about freaking Ironwork? Yeah, he's done. They're all stupid. He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. I've interacted with him a couple of times. He's an idiot. He still claims he wants to have me on the show or come on my show, but he keeps dodging me. And obviously, he's just fucking wants to, have an echo chamber.
Some of it, I didn't even watch the whole thing because I already understood what this place was. Now, there might be somebody that's either on the fence or somebody that is over the fence and still trying to get their bearings as to what this place is. Basically, what we're getting the Junior Goodchuck guidebook on how this place is flat, why this place is flat. Just giving you evidence. Really, that's it.
Lindsay Boy, Ranty. Well, Ranty was a flare earther for a while. I think he was actually part of. Oh, he's at one point he was part of Oakley's crew, and I think he did some other stuff. And then he started following the evidence, and then the picture of the Blackpool Tower with the mountain behind it, and then the sudden realization, he did all the math and realized that that mountain can't be lower than the Blackpool Tower, but yet it was too far down, and it's due to the curvature of the Earth is what really kind of was the final straw that made him realize that the Earth is definitely a globe and not flat.
That's all it boils down to. So without further ado, this is Eric Dubay's 200 proofs of, here it is, right there, Earth not a ball spinning. So let's go ahead, let's do it.
It's 200.
Yeah, they all called Ranty a shill. And now Ranty's decided to kind of target Nathan Oakley, which is quite funny.
Proofs Earth is not a spinning ball by Eric Dubay. 1. The horizon always appears perfectly.
How come that actually, I can see curvature in that? Can you not, like from here to here? Like you can see that curving a little bit. Now I know this is actually a zoomed in of the little piggy cam, but
flat, 360 degrees around the observer, regardless of altitude. All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20 plus miles high. Only NASA and other government space agencies show curvature in their fake.
That's obviously a freaking thing, but we've seen loads of videos showing that there's no
CGI photos and videos. 2. The horizon always rises to the eye level of the observer as altitude is gained, so you never have to look down to see it. If Earth...
That's false, because even I have a video, I got 2 videos showing that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. One from 20 feet and one from 453 feet. And the 453 feet, you can see the horizon is actually further down than the one at 20 feet, which is still below eye level.
Earth were in fact a globe, no matter how large. As you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed, and the observer or camera would have to tilt, looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant sphere, tilted, wobbling, and hurtling through infinite space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would...
I love this freaking like flat earth shit. See, this here, that's true. But it's not pseudoscience, because we have a gravitational pull that pulls all water to the center. All mass is pulled to the center. So is they try to strawman the globe with their misunderstandings of basic physics.
Would not exist here. But since Earth is in fact...
yes, Aldebrand, yeah, 200 proofs that restates the same thing 75 times, exactly. It's actually only 25 proofs.
An extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids, finding and remaining level, is consistent with experience and common sense. 4. Rivers run down to sea level, finding the easiest course, north, south, east, west, and all other intermediary directions over the Earth at the same time. If Earth were truly a spinning ball, then many of these rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. For example...
Now uphill, because the Earth's curvature is the same around, and rivers flow from high altitude to low altitude. We have a gravitational pull all around that pulls everything to the center from high altitude to low altitude. There's no hill.
For example, the Mississippi in its 3,000 miles would have to ascend 11 miles before reaching the Gulf of Mexico. 5. One portion of the Nile River flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. Parts of the West African Congo, according to the supposed inclination and movement of the ball Earth, would be sometimes running uphill and sometimes down. This would...
No, it wouldn't, because it's running from high altitude to low altitude, which works perfectly fine on the globe.
Would also be the case for the Parana, Paraguay, and other long rivers. 6. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance.
inches per mile is a wrong formula unless you're like laying on the ground at sea level and you're looking out, and then and you're looking at a tangent, and it's a fall of the tangent. There's love to freaking strongman this one.
This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak.
And here's the thing, man. That's the easy part, because at some point it's got to curve. It's got to curve somehow, somewhere. Somewhere, if it's not curving, going from your eyesight, going beyond the horizon to the left and to the right, it's got to curve at some point.
And it does. And we all know it does. Oh, shit. So I don't hit things like that. Of course, we all love this one here. See, boats, 3 sister ships, 6.5 nautical miles, 7.7 nautical miles, and 9.9 nautical miles. How come this one here? See here, you see less here, and even less here. Unless this boat sinking, which I don't believe it was, that's showing the curvature of the Earth over water. I thank you.
Somewhere. And we're not getting any of that.
Every time such experiments have been conducted.
Yes, levels in conforming to the liquid parts of the Earth. Liquid parts of the Earth conforming to the curvature, or something along those lines.
However, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 7. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects.
Geodetic surveying does factor the curvature of the Earth into their calculations. 100%.
Railways, bridges, and tunnels, for example,
railways,
are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature.
They do allow for curvature, and in fact, you have something called the Cross Rail Network in London. They actually had to invent a kind of a new way of doing the surveying, because what you use normally isn't accurate enough, and they had to account for the curvature of the Earth when laying the Elizabeth line for rail. What is it? Cross Rail Project. Where was it? So I'm just trying to find the was it this one? It's been a while since I've done this one. Okay. So just a quickly here, this is something called the crossrail tunnels under London are long, so long that that when they're being planned, they were affected by something you might not expect: the curvature of the Earth. Knowing how the curvature of the Earth is going to affect it on new tunnels is quite important. Otherwise, the tunnels don't line up when they meet. Worse is some of the really tight spaces between older tunnels, you can end up drilling right into them. That would be embarrassing. When the current crossrail scheme was developed in the 1990s, the planners used maps based on the Ordnance Survey National Grid Reference System, BNG, but this turned out to be too crude to measure the accuracy needed for the crossrail. It's not that the crossrail couldn't have been dug using it, as obviously older tunnels were dug before modern maps, but they would have been risks of misalignment, and a lot more time and money would have been spent surveying tunnels to make sure they pointed in the right direction. In addition to interference between Crossrail and existing infrastructure, as the owners in Network Rail and London Underground would need to fit within tighter modern engineering tolerances. Had they used neural street maps, the Crossrail tunnels could have been seen deviations of up to 20 centimeters per kilometer of tunnel due to curvature of the Earth. Maybe not a huge issue in some places, but it could have been catastrophic in central London as the Crossrail tunnel squeezed between gaps in other tube lines, sewers, and modern foundations. For example, Tottenham Court Road had a gap so tight that had not been adjusted to the curvature of the Earth. The tunnel boring machine that left Paddington would have been sufficiently out of place by the time it arrived, and that cutting head might have drilled through the northern tunnel lines. So Crossrail's map needed to adapt to the curvature of the Earth, the planet. How is this possible? If you ever peeled an orange, okay, and so it shows you the 85 centimeters, 35 centimeters. This kind of shows you. So this kind of shows here, I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but they go through and talk about how the Crossrail tunnels had to develop a new kind of a way of mapping it out to show that the Crossrail tunnels actually accounted for the curvature of the Earth. Oh, as CK said, Vlad just went live. Oh, did he? Fuck, that's 3 days and the truck has gone live. Yeah.
8. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, is 100 miles long, without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas. When constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. 9.
That's because, you know, the sea goes from it was the one sea is the Bering. It was one sea to the other, and one was actually slightly lower than the one side. I think from one side to the other, the elevation is slightly lower.
9. Engineer W. Winkler was published in the Earth Review regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in schoolbooks. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I've projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature..."
Because the curvature of the Earth, when they're laying it, obviously, laying tracks are only what, maybe ever so long. Let's say maybe 50 feet long. Well, they can account for the curvature of the Earth is still gradual, be 1 degree per 69 miles. It's not going to make a massive bit of a difference compared to like maybe hills and topography, which are going to obviously affect a lot more than to worry about the curvature of the Earth. Only locally, that, you know, that's going to, what the materials are going to conform to the curvature of the Earth, not a problem. 1 degree and 69 miles is not a lot of flex in a steel beam.
Curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule...
They're still looking for the Jaren burning the ticket. Oh.
an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. 10. The London and Northwestern Railway forms a straight line, 180 miles long, between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 250 feet above sea level.
Yes, that's okay. So 250 feet. That's a long ways. That's like a few hundred miles before hitting us. I think, is it London to Birmingham? That's from here to Birmingham is about an hour. So, and then from here to London is about 3 hours drive down the M6 and M1. So it's 120 miles. That's not a lot of freaking curve. And look at all this. You gotta account for all the topography. Not gonna worry about that.
If the world were actually a globe, however, curving 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of
8 inches per mile squared isn't the right formula for doing that at all. Not even fucking close.
rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising over a mile, a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool.
It wouldn't, because he's already admitted that it was 120 feet above sea level. So, no, that's completely incorrect.
11. A surveyor and engineer of 30 years, published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, stated, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be."
Look at the bend of this track around here. So you don't think it couldn't conform to the curvature of the Earth if you can do this in this short amount of time?
In the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known among us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats.
It is. It's locally level to the downward vector of the gravitational pull of the Earth. Not a problem.
There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, always accurately defined.
So fucking flat earthers, I never get this shit. They think that if you have the globe here, that gravity is doing this, right? That everything is pulling down. Pulling down to fucking what? Where is it going, right? Why they think that is because they look at a ball where they're holding it on the Earth, and then they pour water and everything falls down this way, so they think, oh, that must be down. But this isn't what you're living on, right? You're living on that. This is a little model, so you have the gravitational pull underneath this, which is greater than what this is. Or my on over there, and just using my little pipey one because it's sitting beside me. But why do they always think this is fucking down, right? Flerfs. This is down. This is up. Away from it. So away from here is up. Down towards the ground is down. Towards the ground is down. Away from the ground is up. No matter where you are on the Earth, up, down. Up, down. Come on, Mr. Miyagi. Up, down. Up, down. Do you understand? It's fucking not that hard. Lindsay Boy, you want to look at find Vlad as Ironwork92000 on all one word. Shoot at the top of my screen right here. Ironwork92000. How do you find him in real life? Don't ask me.
Find and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another, all over England
wax on, wax off.
Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the
That's it, DB debunks. Yeah, paint the fence. That's it.
case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves.
Well, look, honestly, I think you're still on that video. Yeah, he's talking about the topography, right? But elevation is measured from mean sea level, but it's the same all over the earth, right? Like, no matter where you are on this, sea level is how far away off the surface. No matter where you are, it's all the same, right? So here can be, here's like 50, 0 feet. There maybe it's like 1,000 feet, right? As you go inland, as you go down again, it goes back down to the coast. You get closer to sea level, right? It's all here. But here, 1,000 feet here and 1,000 feet here are the fucking same. Doesn't matter.
Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock, constructed as at present, physically impossible. 12. The Manchester Ship Canal Company, published in the Earth Review, stated, "It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not in the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth." 13.
They didn't have to because it's so local. They don't need to take it into account because they're only working on a much smaller scale. Bigger scale, they do. And it depends the level of precision that they need. Do they need to take the curvature of the earth into account? Do they need that kind of level of precision? No, they're not going to do that because it's overcomplicating the math. Not that fucking difficult. So sometimes, yes, they do take the curvature of the earth into account for some projects, and some they don't need to have that level of accuracy to be able to build and have a foundation, and build what they want to build and have it structurally sound.
In a 19th century French experiment by MMBO and Arago.
Yeah, thanks for joining the Discord, people. And and as CK said, don't forget to like the stream.
A powerful lamp with good reflectors was placed on the summit of Deserto del Palmas in Spain, and able to be seen all the way from Campri on the island of Ibiza. Since the elevation of the 2 points were identical, and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles, if Earth...
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. Dubay has has manipulated videos, like this one here, and stuff like that, to look flat. Yeah, I think he's not the only one, but I think he's the one who's done enough that other flat earthers have followed suit.
Were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference. The light should have been more than 6,006.
Like, you can see that this watches that goes back. You can see how
if Earth were a ball 25,000.
Watch how the horizon in this moves up and down wobbly because it's a fisheye.
Were identical, and the distance between covered nearly 100 miles. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the light should have been more than 6,600 feet, 1.25 miles, below the line of sight. 14. The Lieutenant Colonel Portlock experiment used oxyhydrogen Drummond's lights and heliostats to reflect the sun's rays across stations set up across 108 miles of St. George's Channel. If the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Portlock's light should have remained hidden under 1.5 miles of curvature. 15.
That wasn't me. That was the fucking Ironworks deposit there.
And going. Here we go. Sorry about that, y'all. Wait, where are you at? Sam. Okay, Sam's got some stuff. But yeah, man. This is stuff right here. I know it's been a while probably since we've seen the 200 proofs and everything else. Hold on.
And they've all been debunked numerous times. Check out freaking Professor Dave, who went through these one by one and absolutely tore them to shreds. And as somebody else said in this, it is like, 200 proofs that are repeated 75 times, and there's actually only 25 fucking proofs because he repeats himself over and over. And most of what he says at the beginning is because he says so. No evidence. No measurements.
My dang alarm's going off. Grandfather clock.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you want to say something about the video? I just wanted to add something about this whole Antarctica thing and something that just happened. I don't know if you guys spoke about it already. It happened 3 days ago or something like that. Okay.
What Antarctica thing?
Ethan Gio.
Okay. Go ahead. No, but go ahead.
He's a 19-year-old American pilot.
Yes.
Chinese guy or whatever.
Yes.
He's American, so he was
Oh,
detained.
he was trying to go on. He was trying to touch every 7 continent.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so his excuse was that the weather where he was supposed, because if you know a little bit about aviation, you have to submit your flight plan like a couple of days before, like a day before
Right.
you get approval and everything like that, and then you can fly it. So he submitted to go to Punta Arenas in Argentina, but there was bad weather there.
Yeah, flat earthers never actually account for the fact of the elevation that they're shooting from, and then look at if they're shooting from a tall mountain, a hill, to something tall, and they go, well, "What can I see that?" So, well, yeah, because they're both high points. You're looking over the curvature of the Earth.
And
So we have to go.
They try to claim you're looking over the atmospheric refraction that's lower down, but that's not how that fucking works.
He diverted to King George, which is technically not Antarctica, but falls under the Antarctica Treaty.
Right.
And Chilean authorities went to King George, pick him up, and jailed
It's
him.
considered a public runway. I didn't know that, but go ahead.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
public. Anybody can land there. Yeah. Yep.
Well,
Public runway.
Well,
I'm going to pass this a little bit here because it's getting late. They're talking about the guy, I think he was in a small plane like a Cessna, and he ended up landing in Antarctica, but he didn't file his flight plan. He went off his flight plan, and part of your air traffic and is that you file your flight plan, blah, 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 and you keep to that. Unless they say if there is an emergency, then you radio and let somebody know, and then they'll tell you where to go, because you have air traffic controllers have to know where you're going, where you where you're going from, where you're going, and if there's an emergency, where you need to go, because you need to make sure that the air traffic is clear so you don't have mid-air collisions. So if you're going off nowhere and nobody knows where the fuck you're going, and I think this kid did something like this. He claims it's an emergency, but fucking is bullshit. He decided he wanted to fly to Antarctica, and he just showed up, and then he got in trouble when he landed there because he wasn't part of. He didn't file the flight plan to do that. He decided just to go, but all he did is I think he got arrested, the plane got impounded for a bit, and he got took off. There was no getting shot, nothing like that. They could go to Antarctica, and he did, being a bit cheeky, but he just didn't file his flight plan. He didn't file. He went to go. He's supposed to land somewhere in Chile, and he went to that island instead, and got in trouble for it.
this is their excuse, right? You file.
This is all because the FDA and you need to have safety. It needs for wherever the local authority for the flight for air traffic control, you have to know which planes where they're going, and so that you can make sure that the airspace is kept clear and safe for other air traffic.
That flight plan and you don't comply to it, you broke a law, basically.
But I'd much rather break all the laws than.
My mom bakes cakes. I think flerfs can. Well, they say they can freely explore Antarctica if they want. The problem is you're not supposed to leave trash there, so somebody would have to come and pick up their bodies when they freeze to death.
Check this out. The Chilean government has been trying to lay claim to that part of Antarctica since the end of World War II with no.
Monkey pat. Yeah, that's exactly what Oakley does. That's pretty much his whole fucking channel now. Is shouting the Earth measures flat. Any measurement that shows that the Earth is actually a globe, he says it's measured. That's not right. It measures flat, and then he assaults people and calls other people, including other flat earthers, all sorts of vile names and stuff like that. He's just making himself even his own community. He's just a freaking an outcast.
Success yet, but their Navy came in right as this guy was going to take off. He was cleared to take off again, but he had to make a new flight plan to be approved, which was approved. He was going to take off, and the guys in black, dressed in black,
somebody's having
something's vibrating.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's me.
Okay,
That's me. I apologize. Keep going.
You're good. So the Chilean government came in, the Chilean Navy, they said, dressed in all black, came in, arrested the guy, confiscated his plane, and he supposedly is stuck there for 90 days. Or at that time, it was a 90-day hold. But in the law, it states that that has to be your part of the Antarctic Treaty, of your part of Antarctica. But like I said, the Chilean government hasn't gotten that privilege yet. So they're supposedly violating this guy's rights by holding him there.
Yeah.
But,
So
yeah.
so he's.
I don't believe that's true. From what I've heard from well, like when Tune stuff went down there, like all the way down to like even when they went to ALE, went to fucking when they went down on their Antarctic trip down to Union Glacier, that was all part of Chilean controlled territory. That's why they didn't have to have passports to fly from Punta Arenas down to Union Glacier, because it's actually all kind of part of Chilean controlled territory. So that's bullshit. 'Cause where that kid landed was well within that territory.
He's detained for 90 days in Chile, and this is what I believe that the kid wanted to do, and I cold-heartedly believe this shit. Cold-heartedly, yeah, I don't know. I believe it very deeply. He was rallying up the crowd on YouTube so he could like get a lot of like viewers, because he was live streaming every single flight as a kid, 19-year-old kid flying everywhere, and the last stop was gonna be Antarctica. I believe 100% that he wanted to land in Antarctica because hey, there's a lot of other airports around like Punta Arenas. Instead of going all the way to fucking Antarctica, he wanted to land in Antarctica and prove to people like that there's something going on here, bro. The whole this whole, in my opinion, this whole flat Earth thing is not well, it kind of is or war in our fight, but the real truth is gonna come with the next generation, because we are just the informers.
Yeah.
We're getting people up to par with this whole.
They're going to do that. They're going to be the action behind it.
They're going to be the actual people. I'm not saying that when they're 19 or whatever, when they're like 25 or whatever, they grown men and they have like a lot of people with sailboats or whatever, they're going to actually go down there or do what this kid did. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm speaking about way worse, you know.
So, no, I feel you, but JJ is saying he's fiction. So, you know, I could see that too, because if they wanted to, they don't have to talk about that story. Why would they talk about that story if it really happened? Do they, like, what are they trying to do? What are they not trying to do? If it really happened, did it really happen?
Yeah, well, I guess. I mean, he live streamed like was it like a month or half a month or something like that?
Okay, just quickly, just look that up, and it said, I think I heard something about this. It said, teenager attempting to set a world record flight and raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis has been arrested after landing in Antarctica. Ethan Grow, 19, has been accused by Chile of submitting a false flight plan and landing in Antarctica without permission. So I think they figured he actually went to do it on purpose. He got arrested because he filed a false flight plan. According to a post by X by Mengelins and the Chilean and Arctic Prosecutor's Office, Go landed without authorization in Antarctic territory. It was charged with crimes related to allegedly submitting a false flight plan. Go's attorney reportedly told CNN last Sunday that Go experienced complications while flying. The outlet reported that the prosecutor's office had determined that Go remained in Chilean custody in Antarctica until he was allowed to travel to Chile, where he may remain during an investigation period. Remember, like, this is like, you know, if they think he's done something purposely, then he's endangered lives, right? Gal has not provided updates on his whereabouts on Instagram. A message shared on his to his stories, however, indicated that he was still detained in Antarctica as of Monday. Gal was attempting to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents while drumming up donations for research of childhood cancer. Gal began his quest in Memphis, May 24, and has been documenting his journey on Instagram, where he has 1.3 million followers. On Monday, St. Jude said that so far Ethan has raised more than $100,000 to support his life-saving mission. While fundraiser is not officially endorsed by and sponsored by St. Jude's Research Hospital, we gratefully support that supporters and family. Blah blah. He's working his license. He's 13, inspired by his cousin's battle with cancer, raised money for St. Jude's Hospital. Okay. They talk about him raising money and stuff like that, which is all very all good and very honorable. But they think he probably fell he probably freaking fell to the influence of social media. They love to freaking have adverts on these things, don't they? So the after he submits a false flight plan according to his TV. So he's still being investigated to find out what happened. His lawyer is claiming he had some sort of mechanical problem, but if the flight plan showed that he shouldn't have been where he was, he had a problem, and then he landed there just on whatever whim, then yeah. Cessna 182 aircraft took off from Punta Arenas near the southernmost point of Chile and flew to the island off Atlantic coast, which is claimed by Chile. Mexico was taken into custody after landing on St. George Island, home of a number of international research stations and their staff, where July temperatures typically stay well below freezing. Mr. Gull's small Cessna 182 aircraft took off from a city in Punta Arenas near the southernmost point of Chile and flew over Atlantic coast, which claimed by Chile is named after the King George III. He was detained at Tenin Marsh Airport. Mr. Gull had allegedly submitted a plan to fly over Punta Arenas, but not beyond that. So his plan was to fly over Punta Arenas and not beyond that, and he ended up down freaking across the freaking strait, and not beyond that, according to regional prosecutor Christian Cristo Roloff, as cited by CBS. He has been charged with violating 2 articles of the country's aeronautical code, including one that could lead to short-term imprisonment. In a statement, Chile's General Director of Civil Aeronautics said Mr. Gull had allegedly violated the Antarctic Treaty, which regulates international regulations with respect to uninhabited continent. Mr. Gull posted on Update X Wednesday saying, "I'm alive, everyone. I'll make an update soon." Mr. Gull has flown his Cessna aircraft to all the other 6 continents in his journey, spanning more than 140 days, according to the social media feed. He's hoping to become the first pilot to complete solo flights across all 7 continents in Cessna aircraft. The same aims to raise $1 million for cancer research. Right. So he set his flight plan. They're claiming says he was not supposed to leave Punta Arenas, and then he ended up landing in fucking Antarctica, which means he had to fly over the fucking strait of to fly over the freaking ocean to get to there. So he was well off where he should have fucking been. If he had mechanical failure, he should have still been over top of Chile. This is what they're talking about. So the kid should have been over here and should not left this area, and he ended up fucking down here. So yeah, that was intentional. Okay, back to it. So you can get through this real quick.
Going all these places in the north, everything. I saw all of it. And the ending was that didn't get like a lot of like algorithms in YouTube, which tells me that, oh, this is it hits the algorithm. Everything was going fine. Everything. Like he had his buddy with him that was flying with him. He had to fly across the Pacific or the Atlantic, if I'm not mistaken, in order for the insurance company to insure him. And after that, he did the 7 continents fly solo while streaming. All this shit was everything was put on YouTube. Like all of this. It's not like he didn't leave a spot out of it.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at.
Oh, is he talking? Is that what he's talking about right now? Is Vlad still going on CK thinking that people are hacking his channel when all they're doing is changing their local HTML on their own fucking computer to make something look on their own computer like something. It's not changing anything, not hacking anybody. They're literally just like messing around their own computer and their own HTML. Really? Fuck. This has been explained. DP explained this in great detail, very nicely, and showed exactly how to do it. And he's fucking just not even letting it sink in.
How the distance between Punta Arenas, where he was supposed to land, and the public strip where he did land, because it might not be far at all, and it could be some plausibility to it, because if it wasn't that far, maybe there wasn't a shoot down order, like, hey, you're off your path.
Well, he didn't.
And maybe it was just a short distance to land, and maybe he could have got away with it.
He landed in King George. King George is not actually Antarctica. Like, it's kind of still a little bit far off.
But that's that very, very tip, right? The Deception Island, close to that somewhere.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I think he could have pulled that off, because that strip is there. I looked into it, that specifically for some kind of emergency landings, or or if you're going to that specific part of the island. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is real, bro.
I think it is. I think there's some.
Oh yeah. There's so much. Yeah. There's so much content behind it, man. It's not like made in one day and tell that hey, this was the news.
Right.
That's it.
Because when they arrested him, they denied him use of Wi-Fi and stuff like that. They kind of took everything away from him, took his plane, took his phone, and I guess made sure he wasn't like a danger to somebody.
They took his phone away.
Yeah. Oh yeah, in the beginning they did. Yeah, when he got his stuff back.
He was treated like a terrorist while trying to save his own life, because there was actually bad weather in where he was supposed to land in Punta Arenas.
Yeah,
that's not a joke. There was actually bad weather.
Lie. He took off from Punta Arenas, was not supposed to leave, stay over. His flight plan said he's supposed to stay over Punta Arenas, and he ended up down in fucking King George Island. So there wasn't bad weather. He filed a false flight plan. He said he was leaving, or else he would not have been allowed to if he left Punta Arenas, is what the reports say. So unless they can prove it wrong, he left Punta Arenas, was not supposed to leave that area. His flight plan said he was just going to stay in the area. So he wouldn't have been cleared to take off if the weather was that bad. They would have said, no, it's too dangerous, fuck off, you're not going. So that's a lie. See, this is my earthers. I've caught them in a fucking lie. Lying right now. So
weather.
Right.
But he could have landed somewhere else. But
he didn't get where there's either miscommunication or just confusion, or somebody trying to maybe put a little bit in there that just to make it a little more extra or something over the top. It could be. I'm not saying it is, but like the Chilean government not having legal claim to that part of the land where they came and got him. So I'm thinking it was kind of the Men in Black kind of thing, like people that that weren't really the.
There's obviously these dickheads haven't even fucking looked it up, because no, they do have this Chilean uncontrolled area. So that's bullshit. I was pointing out, this is that's not. Was after? That's on a different one. Yeah, I just had one. I accidentally clicked it. So this is where the kid should have been. And his flight plan was to stay in this area. And he ended up way down here, right? Way the fuck down here. Here's St. George Island. See, he went across all this ocean. Then St. George Island. And his Punta Arenas up here. He shouldn't have been down here. His flight plan said he was to stay in this area fucking here on the Cessna and not come down here. So he went down there probably because he wanted to go to Antarctica. And so he just thought, fuck it, I'll just go and I'll just I'll take the hit. I'll just risk it. I'm pretty sure that's a fucking a stretch as well. Sorry about that. No, that's not what I wanted. Punta Arenas. So. Where was that? You had it. Punta Arenas. I misspelled it. So screw me. I just want to see if there's a distance. All right, so the distance between King George Island and Punta Arenas is approximately 1,237 and 1,295 kilometers, which is 769,805 miles. This is a flight distance and a primary way to reach King George Island. Now, what I just want to know is the distance for a Cessna 182. The max distance of a Cessna 182, which is what that kid is flying, is 915 nautical miles, or 1,695 kilometers. $1,695. So Punta Arenas, okay, so Punta Arenas to King George Island is 1,237 kilometers, and the max distance of his airplane is 1,695 kilometers. The kid knew it was a one-way trip. The kid knew it was a one-way fucking trip, and he was going to have to land. So that was bullshit, and this is looking more and more like this kid did this trip on purpose, knowing he's going to have to land, and he knew he could make it to King George Island because that was nearing the max distance of his plane. And then, so he filed a false flight plan and then went on that. So,
Chilean government. It was somebody else, maybe.
Yeah, King George Island is the first island that you'll see on top of the peninsula. It's the first one. So the peninsula that stretches out, on the side.
Island. Okay. Like, all right, now you know.
Other air. He might have, bro.
Maybe he's pushing the envelope. Who knows if this is goes?
Yeah.
Man.
That's it.
Man,
bro.
I'm telling you, bro. My thing is what's out there. I have no idea. And there should be.
All the you're right. Like I said, looking at that kid there, I said he was fucking like pushing it. Max distance of that plane being what? So the kid left me 400 kilometers. Graces. So what are you doing? Yeah, I mean that's fucking dodgy that. But yeah, so
experiencing their winter right now down there. As far as we know, should be wintertime. So what the temperature is like
way colder, yeah.
Yeah, it should be significantly colder.
Right.
But definitely this place that we're at, flat than a motherfucker. What we need to continue to go over are those things like the 200 proofs. I'd like to see another 100 proofs stacked up on top of it. Me personally, you know what I'm saying?
But 100 proofs that have already 200 proofs have already been disproven and ripped apart and ripped to shreds so many fucking times. It's not even funny. You stick another 100 proofs, so you're just gonna give more content, and like I said, it's just gonna probably repeat the other freaking 200 proofs, which actually already repeated freaking like 3 or 4 times each one. So yeah, that's fucking. They're not gonna have. They did 200 proofs. It wasn't even 200 proofs because you fucking repeated himself several times in many of those.
And where the other proofs at? Like once we get through this, stack another 10 on there. Stack another 10 on.
There's not even 200 proofs. Fuck. Stack another 10 on there. So repeat yourself 5, 10, 20 more times. And repeat yourself 20 more times. And repeat yourself. It's all the same fucking shit.
On there after that. Because, I mean, these globe people, their time is so cut short. It's almost as if they're running on fumes now, where we're just getting started. And we were just talking about how it's a scale thing, right? I think 10%, if that much, 10% that's accounted.
Yeah, some of your flerfs, they have no idea. They just can't think. No, exactly.
For of the population is supposed to believe, not even believe, but not believe that the Earth is a ball. So I think that's a good enough start.
That's 10%. I think that was like 10% of the American United States population believe in conspiracy theories and question, and then some either think the Earth is not a globe or they are undecided.
That's a good enough start.
And even then, that was a misconstrued study anyways.
They think it's flat or whatever. I don't know. But I think the beginning, the first part is not believing that it's a ball. That's a good start. Once that scale goes from heavy being ball and light being flat to it coming to this, almost 50-50.
Yeah, right. And in front of you, yeah. 100 proofs as we see too far. And then, or they say, train tracks, don't go over a globe. Like, the stupidest thing, what was the one? Train tracks can't go over the curvature of the Earth because it's too much, it's, because the curve, one point to another, be too high. It's like, no, because fucking it's all sea level, and it's all based on that topography. That's all this fucking really is. If it's all the same stretch, then over that, then it's staying on the same level. 1 degree per 69 miles is not a lot for a fucking train to go over.
It's a wrap. Once it hits that point, it's over. Like, that's it. And so,
Elder Brandon, he's living in 2018. Yeah, fucking Vlad's so fucking far behind. He's living in the past.
I feel that they feel the globe community feels that they sense that they're almost there. We're almost getting to that point. People are so frustrated they're looking for just an alternative means to see something different. They're seeing how different this is, and it's a dangerous place for them to be in. Go ahead, Archie.
Yeah, man.
A good point there, debunks, yeah, and all these flatties, they think they come up with new ideas, and then, like, I've only been, like, debunking the flat earth for, like, 3 or 4 years, and even then I just hear the same stuff over and over, and nearly have it all fucking memorized. They bring stuff up, and like, fuck, I've heard this shit before, yeah, and they go, oh, no, I've just come up with something new. I can see mountains from, like, really far away. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking stupid. What, do you show the calculation? No? Okay, then go away.
Yeah, so what I'd like to see, one of the next experiments I'd like to see as far.
DP debunks. I know the one thing. Vlad has said, telling CK, telling everyone to start a channel and push FE. All he's going to do is just going to take and spread that, like, the views he's getting is that there's going to be the same viewers are going to just go watch these other people. There's other people can run their own channels and not running stuff. It's just all you're going to do is just take the same small, tiny group of people who watch this shit and just spread over more. Or he's just going to give more content to people like me, MC Tune, FTFE, DP Debunks, Unfornicated. It's just going to give more content and more people for us to laugh at and listen to this nonsense, and it's just become more and more of a joke.
Or as high altitude balloons go, because I've been putting together even people that I don't think are flat earthers, like their videos that they're putting online. When it's centered and it's not wobbling and stuff like that, and it's not a GoPro lens, and you can just tell how flat it is. I would like to see the next one be an IR filming infrared, so you can see even further.
Oh no!
And maybe
they've already done it, and it showed the globe.
Yeah, like 100,000 feet IR test instead of just like a high altitude plane. Because I've seen a lot of plane videos in IR, which you can see for fucking ever. But I'd like to see one of those done, and maybe somehow have a connection to where you can zoom in and out, right, with the camera.
Does that have more content coming up? All right.
Maybe somehow have a really zoom in. Now multiply that by 1,000, maybe
they go on about thinking they got they think they put like a infrared camera on a high altitude balloon. It's going to prove something. It's just fucking going to prove the same stuff we've already seen. It's already been done. The kid thinks he's coming up with something. RG thinks coming up with something new. It's like, nope, already been fucking done.
And getting through the shitty atmosphere and stuff. But
and actually, what it does is it'll show the curvature even more because it's going to take out the haze of the atmosphere, and you'll be able to see more of the curvature. I've already fucking seen it.
Again, the cameras, it's I guess it would still be based on how powerful the camera is, how, I don't even know. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, you're not going to see a freaking flat plane that heads out into infinity. It's not going to happen. You're going to see a horizon which only works on the globe and falsifies the flat Earth. The fact we have a hard horizon.
Know how well these cameras work these days. Like, I really don't. Like, I would imagine they work really well because I've worked with periscopes and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know how good.
Is, I think 128 times what the human eye can see.
Yeah, it's
right?
125 optical zoom. And I'm not sure about the P1000.
There's, what do you mean limit? I legit on Saturday, was last night, not Saturday, Friday night. I was looking at fucking Saturn. Do you know how far Saturn is? The freaking, I was looking at it in my freaking telescope with a camera, right? Saturn is like what, fucking like how many millions of miles away? There you go. Sorry. Yeah, Saturn. I was looking at Saturn with my telescope and my camera, and it's 1.3726 billion kilometers away. And you know what? I can see it just fucking fine. Weird, eh? Holy shit.
1,100. I think it's 125 optical zoom still, but it's supposedly better than the P1000.
Gotcha.
The P what?
All right.
1,100.
1,100. He came to say P1100. 1,100. Fuck. It's the P1100. You have the P900, P950, P1000, and P1100. Which is funny because all the flat earthers were going off on one fucking 6 months ago that there's a big conspiracy that NASA bought the rights for the P1000 off of Nikon, and that's why it's being canceled. I was like, fucking really? And then he came out with the P1100 and I was like, or I even said that before he came out. I was like, or they're coming out with something better, like the production runs over and they've brought new technology, and you can't P1100 on there. Oh, what was that about the whole like NASA bought the P1000 and is canceling it to try to hide? Oh, wait a minute, they're coming with a better one? Holy fuck! And it's still not going to improve the flat Earth.
P900, P1000, P1100, P950, yeah.
Huh?
And just have the lens, IR fitted, infrared fitted.
Yeah.
Well, you got somebody saying you could get a whole drone with IR capabilities on.
DB debunks, yeah. My telescope, my old freaking Celestron 130. There's a fellow who did he does like comparison stuff, and he compared my telescope with a cell phone attached to it to a P1100 long distance, like looking at a building, and then my telescope shit all over the fucking P1100 with a freaking and that's not even using that camera. Now, how much better would it have been if I put my planetary camera, which goes straight in where the eyepieces, so you're not dealing with the eyepiece and refraction stuff off that, and how much clearer it would be when I'm using like a camera that can look at freaking like planets that go straight in, and I'm not having to deal with having it lined up and using a small sensor. The sensor's a lot bigger in mine. Like holy shit! Like this freaking my freaking Solmark telescope, which is only like an old cheap refractor off Amazon, shits all over a fucking P1100, a P1000
on it, and I'm sure you can, right? But yeah, that's gonna run you up for anything with IR on it is a lot of money. Yeah. Anything with IR capabilities or a FLIR camera attached to it, that's a lot and man.
Yeah, I mean, I would much rather have a camera like that, like somebody save up over a few years or whatever, and maybe we could all purchase one together and then just use it multiple times in weather balloon type of application and try to better it each time, like up it each time that we do it. I would much rather
You want to put a P1100 on a weather balloon and watch it smash all over when it hits the ground.
see something like that in a community than just taking a trip to Antarctica, right? Because you can use this technology multiple times. But it's just me.
Let that motherfucker fucking let that balloon pop. That motherfucking expensive ass camera going to hit the ground so goddamn hard. Shit, $20,000 turning into dust right there.
Well, you got that.
No, it won't break. It won't. There's proper ways to protect it. But I got you.
You got that. You got that African American guy also that did the 22 high altitude balloon. Fuck, I forgot his name now. 22 high altitude balloons. 22.
Oh, you talking about D Marble?
No, not him. I know D Marble, bro. He's cool too. No, it was Dwayne Kellen. Let me put it in the chat. Give me a second.
Look, did Vlad say P1100 was like $20,000? Because I'm just looking them up now, and they sell for like maybe I have them for about £1,000 in the UK. But yeah, I can buy one right now for £1,049. Now I say I can't. I don't have the money. Off of fucking like Clifton cameras for £1,049. This pretty much the same price of the P1000. So it's not $20,000 for a fucking camera for a P1100. It's pretty much the same price as the P1000. All they did is just update some of the software and stuff and a few other capabilities for like Wi-Fi and stuff. That's all they did.
Dwayne Kellen.
Oh yeah,
Never heard.
Out, bro. Old stuff.
Good point. Probably if it doesn't break, you still gotta find it. Yep.
He did 22. He does like 3-hour videos, like all of it. He shows you his setup. He shows you the camera. He shows you the box, everything in it, the small computing that he puts to like make everything work. He had to pass a certification of
Yeah, I see the egg and parachute thing, but you still. It's not a camera. It's designed for stuff like that. Like that's why a lot of times they use GoPros, because even if it goes down, hits a little hard, something fails when it falls. I've done the egg and freaking parachute experiment. They don't always work. Then you're using a camera that's not really designed for stuff like that. As well as you gotta stand up. It's a heavy camera, right? They're not light. I've seen people talk about this. Not light. You gotta put on that balloon. One, you're gonna afford the weather balloon, the high altitude balloon. They're not cheap. All the helium, the material, how that's made out of and stuff like that. This isn't a cheap thing. You're not just gonna go down to your local Walmart and buy a high altitude balloon. And then you got, like I said, then you got to put it up. Then you have to bring it down. You have to create some sort of system that's going to slow the descent down, that you can survive the fall or something. And you're gonna have a camera that's not really designed for that. That's why they use GoPros, a lot more tougher, and they can take a bit more of a hit. So yeah, it's just fucking stupid. Yes, I know. Yeah, they do take the filter, or there's ways of modifying DSLRs to see infrared. Yeah, you can get them usually for astrophotography and stuff like that. And there's other you taking the filter out, or there's modifications you can do, or you can do it at home with some. But yeah,
some kind of like a long distance satellite communication, so that he can.
So you have people. Right, that sounds like a good idea. I like that. So you have people saying you still need to measure the distance. Absolutely, here to measure the distance because it's high. Right, that's true. That is true. We're not, and yes, we understand that. At least dummy like me understands that. I'm sure the community would understand. We need the GPS coordinates and everything else in order to see where it is we're looking.
As DP mentioned, yeah, to buy infrared camera, or like a monoscope, you can buy one. Like I'm just looking like on Amazon. You can buy one for like £40. Like, what is that? Maybe like what, $50 American? And you obviously can get much better ones. You can get $156 pounds. You can get really good, big one here for like $659. Thermal image monocle looks like a 800. Digital laser infrared telescope non-thermal 105. But yeah, you can buy them easy. You can buy full color night vision binoculars, digital infrared for 166. Yeah, so it's not like freaking loads.
And then we could calculate based off of where we are in that GPS, because you have a margin of where you are and then where you're not. You have a margin of error in there that you calculate, and then how far you could see.
Right.
So go ahead, Gio.
Yeah. So the reason that he did that is because he could have live communication with his what do you call those small computers again? It's a small like
Raspberry?
Say it again.
Oh. Raspberry Pi?
Yeah, that the lens with a non-fisheye lens camera inside the box on the opposite side. It's because the GoPro Hero camera has telemetrics.
Yep.
Telemetrics is, for anybody that doesn't know,
15 view. Wow. No curvature. Look at this, y'all. 15 miles away.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And also on a
All right, before they get into this, they're watching this video by a guy called Flat Bob. He's only got like 36 subscribers. And I thought to myself, let's go to the source and let's watch him. It's only a 45-second video. Let's make sure it's coming up on there. Okay.
Okay, this is the battleship that is anchored at bay in Mobile, Alabama. Okay, this is literally just outside of Mobile, right off of the causeway, right off of I-10. I'm in Fairhope, Alabama. I am approximately 10 feet off the water, and I can see the whole battleship.
Can you? Because I couldn't see the whole battleship, but we'll go on.
Like the whole thing, not just part of it. I can literally see the entire battleship.
I'd like to ask Bob something. Where's the guns, Bob? Where are the guns? Because I looked up this ship. And there's some big ass fucking like artillery guns on there. I can't see them. Where are they? Can you see them?
Where's
No refraction or miraging happening there at all. Nope. Perfect. Nothing sus. I know. Yeah, there's no inferior mirage. No, not here. No.
I don't see it.
Where's the bottom? This is some of Vlad is looking at this because he thinks this is perfect, showing the whole battleship. They think they've seen the whole entire thing. Now, just for point of reference, people, because I've already kind of looked this up. He thinks he sees all of this. Oop, where'd it go? He thinks he sees all that. Now, should we just switch again? He thinks he sees all that in this image here. You notice there seems to be some things missing. Like, right? Here's the USS Alabama parked up where he's looking at, and this is what he thinks he sees the whole ship. Like, is he fucking serious? Now, I want to show you this, right? This is awesome, right? We're going to finish this up, and then we're going to watch Vlad.
That's a battleship, bro. USS Alabama.
Right? Now, there's something else I wanted to point out here. I've noticed, okay? Look, he zooms back. You see this. Well, this is fantastic because I looked up and seen where that was. Okay? Now, part of it in the description here is that he claims he is 12.5 miles, to be specific, he says in his description, 10 feet off the water. There should be 50 feet of the battleship obstructed, which there probably fucking is. But so he thinks he sees all that. The only thing is, you see where these you see this here, this dock, and this other post here. And refresh the page. And my Google Maps went away. Hold on here. Okay. So he thinks he sees that, and I think was it here? He was right along here. Now, why I think this is kind of important there. I found the exact dock. Is that he... I can't believe Google Maps did that to me. It's doing me dirty now. It's near McMillan Bluff. Yeah, actually, it's right here. There it is. Okay. What you'll see here is you see that dock there. So this dock over here, this dock here, and this post here, right? Shit. Hold on here. My second monitor is going to turn off here if I don't. Come on, back on. There it is. Right, so you see that there. Well, here is the same dock, and here is the little thing sticking up out of the water right there. So he's standing right here. And he claims, remember, he claims he's 12.5 miles away. Looking at the USS Alabama. And I got this in meters again, but if you look there, I'm already at 13. I'm at 13.5 kilometers. He's in 12.5 miles. He's not. He's at 8. He's at 8 miles. So he's at 8 miles, not 12.5. He says he's 10 meters off the water, which is about right because I looked at the altitude there, and it's about 10 meters. So he's 8 miles, not 12.5, like is claimed. And as you can clearly see, looking at the ship. Now, I looked at that. Why I looked at that also because the angle he's looking at the ship is about this angle. See if I can get it here to come down. No. It's on the ship on the back here. You'll see that there is the radar dish and another thing here. Oh no, the radar dish is there, and then here you have the other turret here and there. And if you look at his image, that's the same. Now you got the one here, but like I said, all that other part, some of the same kind of angle. He's angled here. We have our dish there, here, and there. I know. I forget one very important thing is DP said, "Nuh-uh." But like I said, look at that image there, and then look at the ship here. There's a whole bunch of shit missing. Like, there's no guns. There's all this part down here is missing. All these guys here are missing off there. Can't see them at all. Can't see this guy up. Can't see this artillery. Can't see that artillery. Can't see any of that over here. I don't know what that tower is behind it there. But that's like the same sort of angle. So you can see this guy here, communications. But we're missing, and then obviously we're missing all the hull. We're missing all this down here. Can't see it. That's not the whole ship. That's what, about 50 feet? Would you reckon? Maybe a bit more? Missing. Now, back to what Vlad was talking about. Now, we're going to see what Vlad has to say about this. See if they notice all this.
Typical day like that, it looks like kind of easy. I'm not sure if it's hot, but you're gonna get either an inferior mirage or a superior mirage, and the inferior mirage would make objects look, so it's gonna raise your view, so objects will look lower than what they actually are, and that's stuff that people don't understand. You have a superior and you have the inferior. It goes both ways. It depends on the temperatures that are above water and higher up than that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, it's all right. Let's get to it, y'all. Check.
There's definitely been a bit of a mirage going there. I think it was the inferior mirage. That's where you're seeing the reflection going down.
This out.
Okay,
15 miles
away. Battleship that is anchored at bay in Mobile, Alabama. Okay, this is literally just outside of Mobile, right off of the causeway, right off of I-10. I'm in Fairhope, Alabama. I am approximately 10 feet off the water, and I can see the whole battleship.
Wow.
Like the whole thing, not just part of it.
Okay, this is the battleship USS Alabama. I thought you meant from the submarine perspective. I thought you were doing a periscope. Okay, so it's a 15. This is amazing still. 15-mile shot, y'all. And he's getting all that. So I don't know, is Flat Bob in there to tell us what kind of camera he's using?
So they're seeing 15-mile shot, but if you look down, the guy claims 12.5-mile shot. And when I looked it up, it was 8 fucking miles.
Did he talk about it? Let's replay it.
The way that he looks, the way that he's zooming out, it's either P900 or P1000.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get it. Let's get it.
P1000.
He's using a P1000. Wow. That thing is like the damn globe slayer. P900, P1000.
It's fucking not. It's just the fact that you don't understand that. Yeah, 8-mile shot. 8 miles is what it is.
It's like the globe slayer, but let's let him talk.
Battleship.
I even seen exactly where he takes it from, because I not normally do flat earthers zoom out to show you where they're standing, but this guy did. I was like, fucking fantastic. I can see exactly. I already kind of understood, kind of seen where it's from, because I can see from the angle of the ship, from where these towers are compared to the bridge. I can see all that, and then fucking like, yeah.
That is anchored at bay in Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah.
There's still that mirage going on.
From a periscope. That's exactly.
Right there, as you can see.
Yeah, where's the shoreline? Where's the rest of it? Exactly, freaking Aldebaran. As I said, where's the guns? There's massive artillery guns that should be over fucking here. Can't see them. Yeah, I think that's the causeway there. You're right. And there's massive artillery guns there. Yet can't see them.
The causeway, right off of I-10.
So can you stop it for a second, like all the way, like, well, go back a little bit when he zoomed all the way in.
Yeah, when he zoomed in, I want to say something too after you're done, Gio, about this.
Right there.
Yeah.
Move it a little bit forward when you can see, because or maybe remove it. Oh, there you go. So sadly, my mouse cannot show. Oh yeah, there you go. Put your mouse right in the center of that. I call it the inferior, the center line of image compression, right above water.
Yes.
Right there. You see, there's an upside down part and a right side up part. That's still gonna be a mirage right there, and it's gonna hide images that you're not gonna see. That's due to humidity.
Yes.
You know, for the people
you
that
can
don't
see
know.
how thick the air is right now.
Oh, yeah.
No, there's like freaking. It's being blocked by something. It doesn't do that. It would flip everything around, but you still would see stuff. No, it's not.
And you cannot remove this from any view. You cannot. No. This is why theodolites, like people that engineers and all that, they cannot make good measurements at long distances like that, because that is what is in the way, and you cannot take it away. Every time there's sunlight, it's gonna.
No, they know when they do long distance, which theodolites and engineers do this. Bond did this. Oh yeah. And yeah, this is Fat Bob. This guy here, the one that looking at is Flat Bob. Oh, Flat Bob. I need to look at this video. Yeah, the original video, Unfornicated, is by a guy named Flat Bob. He's got 37 subs, so like a freaking really tiny YouTube video thing. I don't know how long it's been on for, but he's got a few videos actually you might like, because there's a few he's done this.
Evaporate water, and you're gonna get that densest part close to the ocean water, and it degrades with the height, but the densest area is gonna be the lowest part. And this is why Globies always tell you, what observation height are you? Are you 6 feet? Because that's what we want. Well, that's where you're gonna have the most fucking obstructions. Just go like 100 feet higher, and you're gonna be seeing over this.
So they're claiming that altitude you can look over the atmospheric refraction. That's not it. You're just looking over the curvature, so you get the horizon is dropping lower, so you're able to see further because the horizon is actually dropping lower.
This fucking bad obstruction. You're gonna be seeing.
Oh, and for kids, stop freaking rubbing it in.
Way further off. Why is it such a problem for us to be like? Why do we have to be a 6 feet observer side if the globe is fucking tiny as hell? Because this is always obstructing, and if you don't have the P900, it looks like it's cutting off. But when you zoom in, you see this mirage right there that is happening. Sorry, go ahead, guys. I'll get some.
You deserve that, Fornicator. 35. You only got 35 subs. That's good, mate. That is good. You deserve it. You deserve that and more.
No. Keep going.
No.
I never considered it. Because
also
really,
that real true horizon isn't right here. What most people would, where that hard line is of that little wave there in front, that's not the real horizon. Yeah, the real horizon is up higher. Like if you go up a little bit more, it'll almost be like a mirrored image where the bottom is mirroring the top, and that's where your real.
Look, the whole you can see in this video right here, the hard horizon. Like see here how the water cuts off right here. This is behind the horizon. Here's a horizon here. It's not even like it's, you can see where it's really misty like that. Like there's a lot. You can see the hard horizon right there. You can see it. It's not hard to see.
Horizon line would be. And then even if you got higher, like Gio was talking about, your horizon would just get further and further back. There's no real horizon.
No, so you're looking over you're looking further. You can see further over the curvature of the Earth.
It's optical. It's an apparent horizon.
This camera does an amazing job of capturing this shit at a distance. Flat Bobcat does an amazing job of getting this stuff at a distance. You understand? Because other cameras, it's going to be pea soup, and you won't be able to see hardly anything. So Alabama's hot than a motherfucker. It's humid. They're in water. So yeah, this is much of what your summertime is going to look like, or even in the spring. You know what I'm saying? This is what you're going to get. Go ahead.
Yeah, kind of what I wanted to mention. Like if you have a distant objects, just say you're higher than 6 feet, you're above all this illusory kind of wavy part. If you have a zoom that's capable of zooming 125 times your optical usage, your convergence point, of your natural eye, if you can multiply that times 125. Now just think of this just as a thought exercise. Let's say we got up really really high on a mountain, let's just say 1,000 feet. Let's just say 1,000 feet. And you were able to zoom off in the distance, right? And you max it out completely. So usually the convergence point of our eye is about 3 miles, right? At 6 foot. Choose about 3 miles. So you zoom, times 125, and you get somewhere around 500, right? Somewhere.
No, our convergence point of our eye is not 3 miles. It would also be 3 miles, 6 foot. It wouldn't be 3 miles. What it is that about 3 miles is where the the horizon is, but you see the effects of the curvature of the Earth start things obstructed.
Around there.
I know it's only just starts there, so only getting like little bits, and as it goes further and further. I have observations I took last year of a wind farm, and it was like 7 and 8 miles. Now, obviously, the turbines were getting a lot lower, where you can see you can see the top, but like the turbine itself, it spins, was getting a lot lower and lower. You can still see them, but they were dropping off exponentially because of the curvature of the Earth.
75, something like that. Okay, 475 miles. That's maxed out. Can't see any further. Now let's just say there's
exactly, Aldebrand. There's the horizon right fucking there. This is behind the horizon.
Object in the distance, and when you are max zoom, it fills the camera screen. Right? You can't get anything else in the camera screen. It's maxed out, and you got a big object there in the screen. Okay. Just take that concept. Now point it up toward the sky at a star, and you max it out, max zoom, and you get a star to fill your screen. What does that tell you? It can't be any further than 475 miles.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck's sakes. You're looking at something very big, and you're not going to get a star to fill your freaking your field of view with 125 zoom. I know you're not, because I was using 307 times fucking zoom, and it was only tiny in my thing. And I was looking at freaking like Saturn last night or the night before, and I was looking at stars on Wednesday. I did a live stream looking at stars. They're not filling. The only time I got to fill is when I used my telescope with 307 times zoom, and then I zoomed in more with my planetary software, so that I could actually see it better.
I get the moon to fill up my screen, but
Yeah, freaking apparently the stars are only 475 miles away, which I find this really interesting. So how far is the sun? And then how come I can see the stars? I can see Polaris, but I can see past Polaris. I can see the Polaris, the rotation, but I can see other stars on the other side of Polaris. So where is Polaris at 475 miles? How come I can see the ones further beyond that? How come I can see the ones all the way to the south? Where is it going to stop? Thank you, David Down. Fantastic. Glad to have you. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Not the stars.
Well, even a star, the moon. I mean, if you don't max it out and it still fills your screen.
That's why I made the video. Yeah, that's why I made the video that.
And the P100, the P1000, so they're not very good. They're not very good for astrophotography. The sensor's really small, and unless you know like how to use it in manual mode properly, a lot of people struggle. It takes a bit of skill and a bit of fiddling. You can get some okay observations with it, but I believe the sensors are quite small, so you don't get a lot of dynamic range with it.
I mean, that's on my wall. That shows when I max zoom on an airplane, the star is like 40 to 50% way bigger, being 30 feet up in the air only, than versus 6 feet, and that's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild, huh?
Oh yeah, bro.
I mean, but it just tells us that these things are local. I mean, in my opinion, but
guys, before we continue. Oh no, just Lord, go ahead, talk, because you never get to talk.
No, but I was just gonna say, like he says, yeah, the zooming thing, the camera zoom. People never think about how far the zoom actually is supposed to show you, the distance. And it's the same with the moon, of course. If you zoom in on the moon, you can see way too much detail. You can see it so clearly. You shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't.
Why? The moon is fucking massive. It's a very big object. It's like, what is it, 1/4 the size of the entire planet? The moon's very, very, very big. A lot of craters are very, very big. You zoom right in. Zoom is a magnification. It's not moving. It's just taking something and making it bigger. You're magnifying it. Like, for fuck's sakes. Yes, the moon is very big. We can see details of it. Jupiter is very, very big. You can see most details. Obviously, a bigger telescope, you collect more light, you can get more detail.
Be behind layers of stuff, So yeah, it's ridiculous with the zoom. It proves that.
And then you also get that, the 238,000 miles away moon and the 93 million miles away sun. We do see the solar flares focused clear on the sun, and we do see the sun being the same size as the moon during a perfect solar eclipse.
Strange.
Well, I think, you know what I think?
It's never the Ring of Fire. I mean, the perfect solar eclipse, I think at times, it's not very often, because there's times that you see the Ring of Fire on the outside, and where the moon is slightly further back, and it's because it's obviously its orbit isn't perfectly circular, is elliptical, and there's times depending on where we are, and it also depends on where we are in the year, that we don't get a perfect solar eclipse. Depends on where we are in the orbit.
Before y'all continue, hold on. Let me say what's up. Lowry, welcome to the show. Welcome to the panel. Good to see you, Holmes. Lowry froze up.
What statue?
Yep. Lowry, you froze up, homie.
Exactly. Yeah. As flerfs say, the sky can't tell you the shape of the earth. What was it? Look at the ceiling, can't tell you the shape of the floor unless it works in the narrative, and then all the observations in the sky work are fine.
Yeah, he got foliage blockage too, just like you, man.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm over here.
Just kidding.
There you are. I'm frozen. It looks like.
And Aldebaran, as for Vlad being in the Navy, I think Unfornicated looked it up and and seen and he verified that he was, or there's enough evidence there to show that he probably was in the Navy and was what he was. So I know he hasn't shown evidence there's but I think it's enough evidence. I think you can look up enough to find out that he's legit.
Oh, you're unfroze now, Larry.
Peace, man.
Yeah, Larry's yeah, he's probably out the weeds too.
Let me give you my thoughts before you continue there. I was just going to say, what do you think about this, Gio and everybody on the panel? So you know these they call them sunspots and how they kind of vibrate and move across the sun, right? I think that may be some type of filament issue with technology. That's like a filament kind of movement.
Yeah, well, Dan, yeah, I've asked loads of things. I've asked them about the star rotations, and they usually try to give BS, but they can't actually explain it. Or how the observations to Polaris, why they don't work on the flat Earth, but they work perfect on the globe, or a sphere when you plot it out. And I've even shown it, and yet they don't quite understand it. And as you pointed out, the lines of latitude, how they converge, and that was even measured on the final experiment, where they measured the lines of latitude in Point Uranus, and then they went down to Antarctica and measured them again.
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I mean, I've done a lot, bro. I have a solar filter and everything, and you find them in the same spot.
I was gonna say they don't move.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do. They
well,
do put them in the same spot. I mean, I've done a lot, bro. I have a solar filter and everything, and you find them in the same spot.
I was gonna say they don't move.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do.
That's like an electromagnetic kind of thing.
Yeah, they're saying the sunspots don't fucking move. I mean, yeah, they do. I mean, you can look at the sun and you can actually see them move if you can track the sun, like what Dave and Keegan did when the final experiment, or you can look at the solar filter sunspots and then look at them the next day and you'll see they've moved, they're if they're even there at all.
Like a wave movement.
They move how? How do they move? Tell me.
Like a vibratory movement.
Because anytime I've seen them, they always appear to sure they shake, but it's not from what I mean by they don't move. I don't see them shifting, going up and then misplacing themselves.
They always have a specific pattern, but they would disappear and then come back.
Right.
In that pattern.
So you don't think it's like a heat?
No, they're never in the same pattern. They're freaking the sunspots are never in the same exact pattern. They're almost like a fucking fingerprint. They're always different.
Issue no,
because if then it would be different every time you zoomed in.
So what you're saying?
Coming up end of this month, 23rd. So not this week, next week. If there's clear skies, there is a astronomy club, and they're going to have a bunch of telescopes set up with hydrogen alpha filters on them, and people can come see. And I'm definitely going to go there. And if either live stream or I'm going to do video, and I'm going to post it up. Because I only have a solar filter as a basic one. I'd love to get hydrogen alpha, but they're like £1,000, and I just don't have the money for something like that. And that's well more expensive than my setup. But I would love to have a hydrogen alpha filter, because I could then see all the solar flare stuff. It'd be freaking awesome. But if I'm gonna go check that out and get some video of looking at some of these people's really nice telescopes, then I'll definitely do that. And I'll tag Mikey into it because he wants to see them too.
So what you're saying is that it's like blinking, like on off.
No, not like that. It takes a while for it to disappear, and then it takes a while for it to come back. I don't know what's making it disappear, bro, but it happens. You can see it with the P900. I have the P900. It's not even.
I gotta see that again, because I'm talking about switching places.
I think I have
one. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm talking
exactly. Real Cygnus, yeah. I was today years old and I found out that the star field is your camera's field of view because it's only 475 miles away. Fuck. Shit. They never could. I think I had one flat earther tell me the sun was 3,000 miles away. That didn't work out because I went, oh really? And then I did to scale of 3,000 miles away over a flat plane, and I showed how you can still see the sun from that far away. And and it barely covered like half the table. I have like a round table, so it's plotted out like it's the flat Earth. If you're seeing the sun and stars are 475 miles away, that doesn't fucking work for the flat Earth, because your spotlight sun that we can't see anywhere else won't light half the fucking planet. So yeah, you got a problem going there, as well as like seeing how fast the sun moves.
Talking about switching places, going to someplace else, totally out of order, like in a random place. You'll see those sunspots in random places at different times. That's what I'm talking about. I was like, I've never seen that.
I think it's some type of because I've seen a lot of flashing issues, like videos that people will just be videoing daily stuff, and like the sky will flicker where the sun, like in the direction of the sun, and then when I see sunspots, it makes me think of different.
Yeah, logic, yeah. Nice, yeah. I see Melodome. Didn't he just get a Hydrogen Alpha telescope just recently? I think there was they were doing a GoFundMe for that, didn't they? So I think they got the telescope they wanted. So I'd be interested to see some of his observations as well.
Different temperatures because of.
I can do sunspots with my stuff, but I can't do that because I don't have the filter for it.
The black color of it, I think it's cooler in those spots. This is what makes me think of filament issues, kind of like with certain types of bulbs, certain type of bulbs. I forget the names of them now, but I've done more research on it. I know
incandescent light bulbs. I think he's talking about.
I don't sound like the smartest person about it now, but what I'm thinking of when I look at the sun and when I see how it works, or at least how I think I know how it works, is it reminds me of a technology, almost of a holography type of technology. But that's just me.
Okay. Again, Larry, what's good? We got Larry back in the Foundry. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hopefully, comms are working for you right now. What's up?
Nice. Melodome got his telescope. Sweet.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
I'm just going to be quick because you guys are already covering this long distance stuff really good. Tomorrow night, we're going to talk about this hacking incident. We're going to go back to long distance. You guys are. I'm going to get off here. We need to talk about the hacking thing with these drunk dipshits tomorrow night. And I think it'd be nice to have you on and have you take us through it.
Sure. Absolutely.
On the sombrero.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. They still going on with this fucking hacking thing. Fucking hell. I mean, that's stupid. They can't even freaking figure out the fucking hell. That is just like taking the piss, doing a fucking like whole thing. Is this something like F12 or something like that? No, that's not for me. I ain't working either. F11. All right. Apparently, I don't know how to do it. I'm not freaking that much into hacking. But I told you right now, if I got my like 15-year-old daughter down here, she'd probably freaking show me all sorts of stuff. She'd have this all changed up on him in no time. And it's not hacking. Fucking hell, they're gonna go on the hacking thing. Oh shit.
So, because I think it needs to be explored, and we need to figure out what the hell they were trying.
There's just too much. Lads, just a plethora of like content. You just can't cover it all.
And
now they're saying it never happened. They're saying I'm stupid that they didn't do what they said.
I know it's in Spec HTML. I just don't know. I honestly can't tell you how to do it. I imagine there's a button somewhere. I might mess around and try it there, Dano, and see if I can like manipulate some stuff and just have a little fun myself. But we'll see.
But
yeah. And I don't want to swerve away from this long distance photography because this is my favorite stuff, but I just want to pop on real quick and if you guys want to hear about this, I think it'd be better with you there so that you can share the video.
It's not hacking, exactly, DP Debunks. I've seen your video, but it's not hacking. All you're doing is changing the local HTML on your own fucking computer so that it displays it for a little bit, and then when the page refreshes, it changes it all back. All you do is just temporarily changing it for a minute. Text within the HTTP is hacking, bro.
And stuff so we don't fuck it up and share the wrong footage, and show what you saw so that we can ask some real questions tomorrow night about what happened with these guys.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm with it.
All right, you guys keep rocking. Cheers.
All right, homie. Peace, man. Good to see you.
I have a video on the list, just real quick. We can just like show it like real quick, and you can actually see what you see on the P900. But it changes with the position that you are on. like it changes. And one of the reason I believe it changes is because, like what RJ said a while ago, because it's local. Like it's not supposed to change if the sun is 93 million miles away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if you are in Argentina, you would see the sunspot at a different position than if you are, like, let's say, at the Caribbean where I'm at, or in the U.S.
Okay. Which I think is important to recognize.
You mean at the same time?
Like the whole point of the fact is because you can see the sunspots at a different position actually shows the fact is that you're inverted in comparison to the other person. We're talking reference of like me in England and somebody else, like say down in like South Africa, could be on literally the same lines on latitude, and could flip, but they'll be flipped, and that's because they are literally inverted. That wouldn't work on the freaking flat Earth.
Like just in different places on Earth.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a perspective thing. I'm just wondering. I mean, in what I've looked at recently, there's something with these very large telescope arrays, and this is just an example. Not saying this is what the sun is, but large.
Who was the other one that was talking? Sorry, I'll go back a little bit.
So that we can ask some real questions tomorrow night about what happened with these guys.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm with it.
All right.
Oh, I think was it Liney? I think his name was Liney.
You guys keep rocking. Cheers.
All right, homie. Peace, man. Good to see you.
I have a video on the list.
Rocking.
Hold on.
I think it'd be nice to have you on and have you take us through it.
Sure. Absolutely.
Sombrero.
Sure.
Yeah. So, because I think it needs to be explored, and we need to figure out what the hell they were trying to do. And
Now they're saying it never happened. They're saying I'm stupid that they didn't do what they said they were going to do.
Lowry? I think so.
And I don't want to swerve away from this long distance photography because this is my favorite stuff, but I just want to pop on real quick and if you guys
hold on here, let's go back to it because Vlad says his name
of a holography type of technology, but that's just me. This is me.
Okay. Again, Lowry, what's good? We got Lowry back in the foundry. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hopefully, comms are.
Is Lowry there unfornicated?
Like it changes. And one of the reason I believe it changes is a different position than if you were like.
I think it's important to.
I'm just wondering. I mean, in what I've looked at recently, there's something with these very large telescope arrays, and this is just an example. Not saying this is what the sun is, but what they've done is they have put these very specialized. They're called holography lenses, and then they're used as a telescope. Well, they're used as a telescope to look through these lenses, these holographically edited.
Oh, I think Unfornicated's got a plan. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there are like specialty telescopes that are built specifically for doing solar photography. Yeah, like they have like they're designed for a lot more because your telescope would overheat as well. Like you can actually overheat optics and stuff if you get into a cheat in there. I've seen a lady talking about it a while back. I was chatting with her about it. She had just got herself a solar telescope. This one here, Unfornicated, was yesterday. It was Saturday stream he did. So yesterday being Saturday. It's obviously now Monday for me. And then somebody said that he was up on, this was, on July 12th, this was. And it seems like he's online now again, so.
Like mirrored. They're just like regular telescope lenses, but there's a special technology they use to single out a certain spectrum when they're looking up at the night sky.
Okay.
And it makes me think of something like that. Like if
big gigs, Mikey's deathly scared of telescopes.
There was so much heat being put through or being reflected off of what I think is a firmament, then making a sun function the way it does or the way it looks like it
Dano, I think somebody said that Vlad is live right now. And this was on Saturday, the 12th. And I think I said Vlad is live right now. Yeah. Vlad's live right now.
Three of ours. So we're simulcasting on 5 channels right now. But I don't know if all the chats come through our
He's lower here.
the one chat that we can see. I'm just still learning this because this is like the most simulcasting we've ever done ever.
Yeah, what's up?
Like right now, I've got 5 channels that are basically it's going out on.
By the way, real quick, I kept wanting to make a joke going, "Hey, Lowry, so what's your favorite country to tour in? And which city has the nicest hostels with the nicest ladies?" Like, I wanted to take it to the music.
What kind of question is
Yeah,
that?
we got 2 military and 2 tour.
They use holography lasers, not lenses. Oh, okay, cool.
Musician guys. All right, keep going, Lowry. I just wanted to make that joke.
You know, well, it's actually the last time I toured over there, Nico was over there with me, so like I didn't get to enjoy the riches of but there's the genetic pool in Northern Europe is very good. It's very good, and there's very beautiful women up there, and I'm glad that I was able to at least lay eyes on them.
Me so horny.
Yeah.
Then Diver Dan, yeah, I've seen that actually quite a bit. I started on TikTok, and there's a fella on there who used to do radar for the Navy. He used to be radar operator, and he brings it up quite a bit. And the flat earthers they can't quite get it.
So right, I'm only 5'8", so them women are like pushing.
Look, Lindsay, you can try to comment on that. I can't.
On average,
they're Viking women.
If I go in there and go,
so I'm like, yo. And back in the day, this was the last time I went was 2001, right before 9/11 happened. And so you had the phone booths. People still had.
Oh, no, I'm not blocked on this one. Hold on.
But you didn't put quarters or nothing like that in there. You had these calling cards, right? That you slide the calling card in there, you make the call. So the phone booths, even the phone booths, I was like, God dog, man, I need a couple of these up New York damn telephone books just so I can make a damn telephone call, right? And so
Indeed.
the thing is these girls, man, they were, man, listen. So I had a good, let's just say I had a good time because I understand this is to some degree a family show still, so I don't want to dirty it up by saying some craziness. But yeah, man, Croatia, number 1, yes, right?
Hey, yeah. I want to solve something real fast because I've been dealing with Carrie Skates in the chat for years, and I'll say it right here. I'm gonna say it right now. You don't say shit like that in the chat, dude. It's just not a really good look. I don't know how you got a wrench or whatever, but let me tell you something about this. I'm gonna end this right now because I have to answer this to you every single fucking time you go in here. The only time I've ever voted in my whole life was in 2020. I didn't like any of the candidates, but I voted for the candidate that everybody hated that I hated. I hated everybody that hated him. Turns out they're all the same birds of the same feather. We've learned this over the last 5 years. You still like to bring this up, and I've told you this live. I'm like, I voted for him because the people that I hated him. Well, it turns out they're probably all on the same side. So I don't know how funny you think you are in the chats, but you're actually making yourself look like a doofus. And I've never met you in real life anyway. I don't even know what you look like. So you want to come into the chats and be a cunt, I will crush you until I meet you face to face. So there you go. Do we have? Are we finished with this, Carrie Skates? Are we finished with this little chat bullshit that you're doing?
Just bring him or her or whatever they are.
Bring them on. Bring them on.
No one at Sombrero.
Bring them on.
Vlad.
Hey, hold on. None of us buy into the left-right paradigm.
We don't.
Yeah, I ignore it altogether. I'm done.
It was a rebel vote, Carrie Skates.
Right now are completely on board with like I don't give a fuck. Left, right, middle, turquoise.
The lesser of two evils is still evil.
They're all evil, right? Yeah.
Go back and watch the beginning of the show. It's all about Trump hate, and I'm definitely not a left wing guy. But either way, I didn't know you guys had a thing. I'm glad you can drop the C word right when DJ jumped in too. Damn it! We were doing DJ's good. Here? You dropped the C word.
So Vlad,
hey DJ, how you doing, buddy?
Where's DJ? I don't see him.
I think I just saw him.
No, he's not here. I don't. Well, unless he did drop in. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Vlad, if there was any guidance or basically guidance or information for anyone that is
looking to pursue a military career in the Navy?
Well, yeah. So I haven't been banned on this channel yet because I haven't asked any questions. So Vlad hasn't banned me on this one yet. So I'm gonna save that for another time when I can like just poke him real good before he bans this one. But yeah, this channel I am that one there, which I use because it's got Prime on it, so I don't get all the stupid adverts. This one I use to watch on. But yeah, that's why it's coming up different. So.
Or anything
So if
else?
you happen to see Hanzo just come in and say hi to everybody, like in like on other chats and stuff, it's me. So just so you know, it's just my my one I use for viewing.
Army, Marines, whatever. Would you give them good advice, or would you persuade them to not try to actually?
Navy consists of people. People are what makes the Navy run, right? The
Yeah,
Navy
I'm
isn't
incognito.
just a thing that makes people. No,
They
people
don't know
make the
yet.
Navy run, and it's the policy that forms what the Navy is ultimately. But still, the good people outweigh the shitty people. Policies, I feel, and
Oh, think we have a freeze up here.
Yeah. Vlad can't tech.
There we go. Now you're back. You're back.
All right. So I don't know how y'all feel about me talking about the cocoa, you know.
Yeah. No, you could just keep using that parlance, and we'll get it.
Right, the cocoa. That was like it for me. I saw that. I said, I can't. Right. Everybody at that point knew who the disguise was. The mask was down. I'm now the fucking crazy chief flat earther that doesn't think that you should get the Cocoa Krispies, right? And I was like, I was.
They were talking about the
COVID vax because yeah, and I was like, fuck it, dude. The Navy has no place for me no more. My chain of command basically seconded that, and I got NJP'd prior to getting out.
No shit.
So, yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. As a
What's NJP'd?
That's super rare.
Yeah, man. But hey, man. But you want to know something? I was like, hey, man. The Navy got the best of me. I gave them.
Also,
everything. I gave them everything.
If the moon landing was real. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They got everything out of me. And
should
so
I say
I'm
something
hey,
like
you know what, man? They got everything out of me. I got a little something out of them. It's time for us to part ways. It is what it is, right? And what can you say? I left with more good memories than bad memories. But my thing is, I'm free, and the truth is I'm gonna tell it. I'm gonna tell it like I've never been able to tell it while I was in the fucking service. So now I use my platform and I use my opportunities given to tell the truth, man. And tell it like it is. And a lot of people say I have stolen valor. I was like,
is that what it is?
Like, how do they
so he was out due to
like, all
misinformation.
they see are results of what I've done, and it looks flashy, it looks good, but there was a lot of failure in between that, and there was a lot of me fucking up in between those times. There was a lot of me getting in trouble. Nobody sees that part, probably because I don't speak about it, because that's not the end. I'm not failure. Right, I'm not all that. I'm a result of those things, the bad and the good.
Amen. It made you who you are.
Exactly.
Amen.
And we still develop, we still grow. Everybody. And so it's not a show-off thing. I use my naval experience to say, hey, I've done some things and I've gotten to see the world a certain way. And so this is my testimony. And for anybody that has those naval.
So unfortunately, so is that what Vlad's saying? He got discharged due to, or he got reprimanded for misinformation. Is that what it was? He's starting to kind of say too much crazy shit. They're like, nah, you need to get out.
Experiences, like, come out and say it. Come out and call like you see it. Because people are like, well, Vlad saw this. How do we know it's true? No.
In the Navy, you can sail the 7 seas in the Navy.
People that rely on a gyroscope to do its deed and not crash you into the ground. Everyone that has that experience has always been my favorite witnesses. Yeah. And this is a call out to Mark Sargent is excellent on this. He's got a whole series of subject matter experts the guy that does work in a submarine, which you could relate to, Vlad, which is like they have a whole workshop
All
in a
right,
submarine so
non-judicial
they can build
punishment.
parts in
Okay.
case the submarine starts to go shitty.
Yeah,
you know,
well,
That's what I was asking. So, not discharged. Was not discharged. So he got reprimanded. It wasn't like a discharge, but he got reprimanded before he decided to step out. I wonder if there was kind of encouraging him to this maybe, just decide to walk away. Maybe it's just they were like, you're gonna have too many problems here. It makes you wonder, right?
they don't have that on a space station, which is alleged things that no come out about it.
There's a reason why those guys on the space shuttles and airplanes and everything else are treated so well, right? They make them fat. They give them all this money. They give them all this praise. Basically, that's another incentive to shut the fuck, to keep your mouth shut. Plus everything else, the forms and everything else, right? Shut up.
If you're gonna lose your fancy pants, you're not gonna come out and talk about it.
Stuff. You'll lose all of this praise. And so they look at that.
Yeah, mods must be sleeping
that's
here.
part of being of this world. And I
say
it every time. When you're of this world, you're attached physically to this world, the truth will elude you every fucking time. The truth, no matter how you see it, you're like, I'm not going to say it because I lose all this awesome. You see this nice. I know it's a freaking Mercator map. I get it, but it's nice. You know, it's got the nice wood framing. It's old. All this nice stuff. This nice.
So I'm thinking too. I think they gave him an out. They kind of encouraged him to. Maybe it's time you step away. Your personal ideologies are starting to interfere, and we don't know if we can trust to have the security clearance you have. So perhaps retirement is a really good idea. You get your full retirement package, and we'll just call it a day. Thanks for your service.
Nice little mug of mine, I'll lose it. We're so attached to get us.
Ever since then, without even my keepsakes and my tour memorabilia and my skateboard collection, record collection, I am so much more free now. But real quick, the reason why I chimed in, I don't know if you catch what's going on, Vlad, but once in a while you freeze up and one of us will take off to fill that void. Did you know that was happening?
Where I'm at, it's storming like a motherfucker.
Okay, just letting you know if it seems like we just interrupted. Sometimes.
Yeah, because he uses Starlink and he is kind of interfering with the satellites that are orbiting above the fucking Earth.
You freeze, so we'll just run with what.
That's okay. Keep doing what you do. I apologize for that. You know,
no worries. I just wanted to make sure you knew that was happening twice.
Andrew, you're muted.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry.
Rookie mistake. Hate to see it.
Yeah, well, I was double.
It could be a Cheech mistake.
My cruise book from my deployment, and this is my buddy. I was really, really good friends with.
Dwayne Williams.
And Petty Officer Williams.
Oh. Damn.
And he fell off the ship.
Oh God. They found him? They ever find him?
Nope.
I don't think you find anybody if you fall off a ship and it's moving at a certain speed.
We saw it. We threw out all kinds of stuff out into the ocean. We had a search and rescue vehicle, boat down, and couldn't find him. Search and rescue helicopters. We were 300 miles off the coastline of the East Coast, so that's when the Coast Guard was actually able to help, and they flew out like multiple helicopters and whatnot. Nope, never found him.
Sorry, man. That's tough.
I watched him drown. I saw him when he head below the water. Never came back up.
Oh my God! Was the ship steaming at the same time?
It was.
My mom makes cakes
when it changes the speed, but
oh wow!
Yeah, they slowed down, and there's like a way they have to tilt the tail of the ship.
Right. So he doesn't get caught up in the
But never.
Yeah. Those props are especially if you're on a carrier.
It's a type of carrier. It's a helocraft carrier.
You were you down there in not Mayport, but down there in Virginia Beach?
Close to it, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they were below decks quite a bit, the Aldebaran. Maybe they've never seen, and maybe they never did navigation, so they never had to actually worry about accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
Norfolk.
Okay. God, dog.
It is mad though that Navy
Yep.
officers or crewmen think the Earth is
And
flat.
actually
After
just dump it
sailing all
off
over the
and
world.
jettison
Fuck, weird,
into
eh?
the water, and
Right.
that shit has to fucking turn as fast as it possibly can.
Yes. Yes.
So that's
And-
not what happened to him.
Yeah.
He actually just fell off the bomb jettison ramp. Out of all the, it was a Steel Beach picnic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, during that throwing
And
footballs.
it turns into a man overboard,
Yep.
not a drill. God, man. Damn.
How about it?
That's-
Steel Beach picnic is when the captain allows everyone to basically have like 2 beers on the flight deck, and also they cook a whole bunch of barbecue and stuff like that for everyone, and then from there they just open it up for like non-flight conditions.
See, oh man, oh you guys had the alcohol. Y'all must have been more than like 180 days out to sea.
Well, the rule is 45 days, but
What?
yeah, they don't always allow that though.
Oh, that's fucked up. No,
Yeah,
I
you
think it's
think,
90 days.
Aldebaran.
But 45 days, yo, lucky ass, man. Yeah, we didn't
That's what I was told.
Yeah, see, it's up to the skipper's discretion. 45 days of being
See, like I said, right there, Vlad's always going on about the Drunk Debunk show and stuff like that, because this is drunk in it, and he goes drunken. Fucking Vlad was in the freaking, in the Navy. Freaking hell. You can't tell me he didn't indulge in like a few drinks and going out and have a good time in the port or on leave or stuff like that. Like, fuck, come on, don't even have that on. And Vlad was out there freaking ripping it up with the rest of them.
being dry. I guess that's the rule change, but for us it was like 90 days. Other ships it's like 180 days, and they were like, yeah, if you're 90 days out here, blah blah blah, this and that, then we'll give you 2 rations of beer.
Oh yeah, and people sell those for like $100 a piece too. Oh, I don't drink.
I'm on watch.
No, I'm not kidding when I say that. But it is 7 minutes until break. But I want to keep.
There's no second break. Just go as long as you want.
Okay.
I'm not going to police you guys. Go as long as you feel like going.
Yeah, man.
I've got another 9
And
hours.
this guy looks stunned, Rico.
I'm good to go.
Y'all already know.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think it's would be a really good conversation moving. I think we should do a third hour, and I think if you can, Vlad, I think you should bring us up to speed and at least take the temperature of what you thought of where the community quote unquote is, and like what are your feelings on it, and how the fuck do we get along better? And that's really kind of like it's a concern for me, because it's like at the end of the day, like I play music, like this is like a thing of I feel like it's an obligation for me to talk about this subject because I understand it.
Well, Alex, that's
Let the little things go. Little things, let it go. Something, especially, it's obvious what I'm talking about now, but little things like that happened 5 years ago. Man, if we hold stuff, people over stuff like that, like we'll never get anywhere with little tidbits like that. Like we're allowed to have our differences.
Sure.
All right, guys. You know what? It is 1:55 in the morning here, and I'm gonna have to freaking call it here. I get up in the morning. I got shit to do. Yeah. So there you are. That was a bit of Vlad from Saturday. He did something. He looked at some of the 2,200 proofs. He only went a little bit into it, and he went into that little flat bob thing, which I thought was quite entertaining, especially when I looked a little bit into it. Obviously, when I first seen the video, and I just went, "Fucking hell, hold on! I can't see the whole ship there. Like, there's more to that ship than just that." Instantly, I knew that. And then I looked and seen he was claiming. One of the guys said it was 15 miles. Obviously, misread it. The video said 12.5 miles. I looked it up. I found exactly the location he's intended from. He's 8 fucking miles. and he still couldn't see the whole ship. So that was quite funny. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, and yeah. So hopefully everybody enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Click the like button, hit the bell notification, comment if you want to comment on the video, if there's a restream, stuff like that. But yeah, I need to call it here, guys. So remember, people, Earth is definitely a globe. Space is real. But don't forget, stay curious. And I will see you again. Thanks for coming, people. Good night.
NASA lies, yeah, that's what I say. Don't have proof or facts in any way. I claim the moon's made of plasma, a place no one can go. The Apollo program's a scam, I can't back it up though. They talk about the ISS is floating in space. You ask me in a pool, I'd say is the case. Satelloons in the sky held up by helium balloons. But bro, that's just a lie, cause that's what all bitches do. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. The firmament is real, a dome up above, but I'll never prove it, so lost that I'm dumb. I know the world is flat, trust your sense of sight. Saying gravity's just a theory is why I'm up at night. NASA is phony like a show or movie, fake like some stage. Truman Show, child's play, it's just but suck at this game. Because I'm just a dick with only my stupid self to blame. But I'm so fucking sure that the earth is flat, based on how I feel with my pop-up flerfs. Swear my blind faith is what keeps it real. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't know why. NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully, so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people's space is fake and Earth isn't round. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the ground. Asking the wrong questions, my beliefs are all faith-based. I can't see the fucking answers right in front of my face. Stanley Kubrick is mentioned every single goddamn time. Somehow he filmed it without nobody dropping a dime. The firmament is a dome, it keeps water in the sky. But when you ask me to prove it, I can't know why. NASA in Hebrew, it means to lie or deceive. My flirt priest told me and blindly I believe. NASA lies is something I'll never prove. No facts, no evidence, debates I will lose. They say they've been to the moon, I say it's not the truth. I see truth in no way, I hate MC2 when he shows me proof. Spreading misinformation and lies willfully so proud. Like Nathan Thompson yelling at strangers so loud. NASA's lies, people's space is fake and Earth isn't loud. Oh shit, the fathers and husbands stop me into the crowd.